of that smooth running meeting.
Good morning, Mayor Robinson. We are good to go.
Thank you very much. Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the special West Grey Council meeting dealing with our budget. The date is January 4th, 2022. Happy New Year to everyone. Item number 1 on the call to order. I will say that we have all members of council present with exception to Councillor Shea at this time. Staff, if you could stay alert, let me know when he arrives. I will also be watching the dashboard. We do have a quorum already for this meeting, so we are set to go. Corporate and Communications Officer Cody Hewlett, at this time, could you please review the features for our electronic meeting?
Good morning, and thank you, Mayor Robinson. Before I begin, if at any point you get disconnected, you can dial 1-647-558-0588 and enter the meeting ID for this meeting, which is 814-0864-3506. Both members of council and staff have been briefed on the various features of the Zoom meeting software and will be raising their hands physically on camera to speak. For members of the public, if you require any technical assistance throughout the duration of the meeting, you can send a chat message to myself, Cody Hewlett, Corporate and Community Initiatives Officer, and I will attempt to assist you. It should be noted for members of the public that this meeting is being held in 2 locations, both on the Zoom meeting platform, as well as being live streamed on YouTube. Any public participation at this point must be done through the Zoom platform and cannot be done through YouTube at this time. Thank you. And for your reference, Mayor Robinson, Councillor Shea has just joined us.
Thank you very much. So we'll proceed with item number 2, a moment of reflection. At this time, if you so desire, please take a quiet pause. Thank you. We are now on item number 3, declaration of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof. Members of council, at this time, is there anything to declare? Seeing none. Item 4, delegations, presentations. 4.1, presentation, Rakesh Sharma, PNG GSS Engineering Consultants, Draft Water and Wastewater 5-year capital. Good morning, Rakesh. It's a pleasure to virtually see you this morning. For everyone's information, anyone listening in as well as council, we do have the information presentation attached to the agenda. In addition, a updated 5-year capital budget plan was also circulated and has been posted on our website. So with that, Rakesh, please start your presentation. We're most interested. I would just ask if you could please put your audio on. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Good morning, everyone, and Happy New Year. I have been told that this particular item is, I have only about 15 minutes for this. So I probably would not be making a formal presentation because there is not enough time to go through all the 3 sheets. I would like to maybe highlight some of the important items. So the first thing that I would like to highlight is that the last presentation that the formal presentation that I had made, that was about the capacity assessment. And at that meeting, I had informed that the water treatment and the wastewater treatment capacity is highest on the priority. There are other components of the water and sewage system, which includes the water distribution pipes, the booster pumping station, the water storage tanks. They are not unimportant, but they are lower on the order of priority. Same thing on the sewage treatment, sewage side. The sewage treatment plant carries the highest importance. But other components that are also important are the wastewater collection system, which comprises of your sanitary sewers, the sewage pumping stations. So they are important as well. The spreadsheet that I have provided, 5-year capital budget plan, the staff requested me to prepare a 5-year roadmap to show how and how much approximately it would cost to achieve the capacity so that we can allow the full development potential to happen. So the initial draft I had prepared, and then I had received input from the staff, and we tweaked this financial plan, the capital budget plan. I would not go, as I mentioned, I would not need to go through all the items one by one, but I would like to maybe highlight 2 or 3 items in particular before we can go into the questions answer session. So in the year 1, item 2 is undertake 20-year cost benefit analysis of the Southeast Durham well versus constructing a new well at the north end. So the background of this is that there is a existing water supply well just south of Tim Hortons location. That is privately owned well. They have been in the past talked about why don't we just use that well rather than look for a new source of water supply. There are some issues with that. One could be the water quality issue. And the second and maybe bigger issue could be the security of the water supply. We do not have it. We do have a fairly thin overburden over that well. So what that means is that when you have a thin overburden comprising of clay and silty soil over a aquifer, now any spillage in that or around the well could jeopardize the water supply, not for a day or a 2, but if it is a chemical or petroleum spill, it could take years to take care of that. So that particular item was to deal with that, to determine if we use the existing well, what are the downsides, what are the advantages, or if we drill a new well away from that area and in a different aquifer, what could be the advantages? I mean, for instance, where we think we could have the water, if we do find the water there, that water may just require chlorination to supply it rather than providing a complicated treatment plant. So the benefits and merits and demerits of each alternative should be carefully looked into before we run into the long-term decision. The second item that I would like to talk about is the item number 4 on year 1, which is engineering investigation of water storage needs. I have been told that there are plans to do something about the water storage, concrete water storage tank and the steel standpipe, maybe enhance the capacity. But right at this point, we really do not know whether we have sufficient storage in the existing tanks or they need to be increased. The only thing that I want to point out here is that there is a existing kind of abandoned water storage tank. Again, it is right adjacent to the well number 1B pump house where the Tim Hortons station, Tim Hortons restaurant is. Clear well storage tank, the old clear well storage tank, it is roughly has a capacity of about 400 to 450 cubic meters. I mean, if we have to construct a new well of that capacity, it probably would cost about $1 million. So we do have a tank that is not in use. Why it is not in use? There are certain other reasons for that, but I don't think we are going to get into that today. But for instance, I mean, if we need only maybe 300, if we have a shortage or shortfall of like 300 cubic meters, there is a possibility that we could use that tank rather than construct a brand new tank. And if we do that, we may not have to undertake the item number 3 in the year 3, which is about $95,000 worth of designing. And in the year 5, $2.5 million construction for the new water storage tank. So those are the things that we need to keep in mind. I think this probably should be, maybe we should, we could get into the questions and answers. There is lots of information that has been provided. And if there are any specific questions that need clarification, we could go into that.
Okay, I think that's a great idea. You've provided an update on the information that is attached. I appreciate that. A lot of information. Members of council, are there any questions with regard to the presentation that we've just received? Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Rakesh, for your comments. My first question is, can you reassure us that there is capacity for Sunvale, the Bruce subdivision, and Rockwood complex?
Rakesh Sharma, please.
I'm sorry, I could not hear the question.
Councillor Townsend, could you restate, please? Perhaps there was some audio issue with your volume.
Yes, will do. I just want to have some assurance that there is sufficient capacity for Sunvale, Bruce, and the Rockwood.
Your worship, I can't hear the councillor.
Councillor Townsend, are you able to adjust your audio? Like I'm able to convey your question, but that in the long run doesn't help with your audio. Are either see what you could do to improve your audio at this time?
I put it up to max, Madam Mayor. So I'll try again.
It sounds like you're speaking, it's very tinny. So I don't know whether you're able to come a little closer to your mic.
I'll try that too. Is that any better?
It's a little better, but it's not much better.
Yeah, it has happened before, and I don't know why. It could be the internet. We've been having trouble here for the last week.
Okay, it's a little choppy, so I'm going to ask if you could come to as close as your to your mic as possible. Otherwise, I'm going to convey the question.
So the question is, can we give assurance
Mm.
that there is sufficient capacity for Sunvale, Bruce, and Rockwood?
Okay, I'm going to have to convey the question. Rakesh Sharma, the question is, can you confirm that there's capacity for the two subdivisions, Brose and Sunvale, in addition to Rockwood Terrace?
Yes, as we had talked about at the last council meeting, when I made the presentation about the capacity assessment, we had indicated that we do have enough capacity for those two subdivisions and also the Rockwood Terraces. The estimates that we made and presented were maybe slightly on the higher side. So I would say that we are in good shape as far as those two subdivisions and the Rockwood Terraces is concerned.
Thank you. Any other questions, Councillor Townsend?
Not at this time, thanks. I'll see if I can fix my volume.
All right, so the councillor said not at this time. He's going to work on his audio. Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Thank you. How's my audio? Okay.
Much better. Please continue.
First of all, I'd like to say I'm pleased that we have a plan. I think this is the first time we've really seen some kind of plan for the future, and I'm pleased to see that. It's a little bit scary when you start looking at the numbers, but I mean that's reality, I guess. My first question has to do with what you were just talking about, Rakesh, with the well, the new well versus refurbishing the southeast well, and then the storage tank. Is that something? I know there's some concerns with environmental concerns. Is that something that could be used in a temporary basis to extend the life of maybe creating a new well to the north?
Rakesh Sharma, please.
Sorry, could you maybe ask your question again? I probably missed some part. Like, I mean, are you talking about using the private well in lieu of the new construction well? I wasn't clear about that.
Well, is that the well you're referring to, the private well that was in the sort of the southeast area?
Yeah.
Like, could it be a temporary solution to give us a little more time before we create a northern well?
Okay. Yeah, I can now. I understand what you're asking now.
Okay.
So First of all, that is a private well. And the issue that we are concerned about is the quality of the water. If we believe that the hardness is very high, and we also believe that it likely have high amount of chlorides. If the amount of chlorides are very high, more than the drinking water standard, to remove chlorides will require a desalination plant, which is going to be extremely, extremely expensive. But that's something we are not sure about it. Steve Earhart, he had taken samples and advised by me. We haven't got the report back. So since this has come up earlier, that why don't we use the well that is right there? So before we can decide that, we really need to know what we are dealing with. What will it cost to treat that water? What will be the security? I mean, eventually we have to deal with two facts. One, we have to get the permission or approval from Ministry of Environment. And second, we have to go in front of the public by way of a public meeting for environmental assessment. If we talk about the security, we cannot hide it. We have to talk to the people and inform them about it. And if we say that there are doubts about the security of water supply, I don't think that will be received very well. So I think that's why, plus talking about against the private well, to be able to put that into use, one, we require treatment. Two, we do not know how much water supply it can provide. So we got to go through testing, lab analysis. I mean, we could be spending roughly about $120,000 to do that. If we have to spend that kind of money, why don't we spend that on the well? That is going to be our long-term solution.
Right. Yeah, good point. So yeah, it sounds like given that we do have capacity for the developments we have on the go now in Rockwood, then it looks like we should probably look to the future and look for this new well. Brings me to the other question is, do we have any land in the north? Are we looking at a particular area, or are we looking at to buy some land to be able to do this?
Okay, I will have to go to a little background of the situation. The previous councils had started looking for additional water supply. And at that time, what we decided to do was, and that was my recommendation, because we were not looking at huge developments at that time. We were trying to secure whatever we had. So what was done was that at the Durham well number 2, which is by the river, there was a concern about the decline in capacity there. So we proposed to drill another well in the same aquifer and have maintained the water supply. But during that time, we had looked around where we could find the additional source of water supply. And based on the desktop analysis that the hydrogeologists do, we had identified area which is kind of north of the water tower. We think there is a potential, but we don't have land. We may have to go along like maybe 100, 150 meters away from that location. So that definitely increased the cost too by constructing a pipeline, having the hydro supply there and all that. But if we do find water, that is a better and likely longer term solution. And that's why, if we want to encourage development, it is important that we start working on that in the year 1. And the item which is 8, we talk about in construction, we need to allocate roughly about $300,000. I'm not saying that we probably will spend all of that money in the year 1, but that exercise would take about that much amount. So that would require, first of all, signing, doing a desktop analysis, because we don't really have a written document. Then we have to option the land, because what you don't want to do is you find the well and then you negotiate with the owner and the price goes up because you have found the water. So you sign an option agreement so that the price doesn't change after you find the water. And and then of course testing and all of that. And that will be again like part of the environmental assessment.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so just generally, just to let this go, obviously there's a big cost. We're talking $18 million over 4 or 5 years, but that's not something that it's going to be all on the taxpayers or even on the present users, right? We're going to need some help, whether it be government funding, loans, whatever. So it's a long-term project for sure, but you know, it's not like we're the only ones that ever have this issue and have to expand, right? So we can manage this, I think. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Like year one, we are focusing more on the engineering. The only thing that I feel strongly that council should look into is the construction of the new well. I mean, that's a slow process, and I think it will be prudent on our part to start moving in that direction, because we know that the developers are standing by. And if we don't arrange water for water supply and the sewage treatment for them, then they likely could go away to other communities where they could find that.
All right. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and thank you, Rakesh, for your report. I'm just looking at one of the questions I had, and is on number 3, and it's table 9.2, is comparison of water supplied to distribution versus water recorded by water meters. So 2020, I see 1145 supplied to the DC, or the distribution system, and then we've metered is 649. Again, I guess my question is, if we captured where that loss is between leaving the distribution center to the actual metered ones, if we identified that, would that draw down our usage? Because there's leakage somewhere. It's just, this report's screaming that, but so would that draw down and actually give us more capacity than what we believe we have?
Okay, I believe your question is from the report that sorry, can you hear me? Yeah. I believe your question is about the report that we presented last time. I think the question is originating from that. Yes, we have big loss of water supply, water from in the distribution system. In this regard, actually, I had talked to Steve Eierhardt. He has good knowledge about our distribution system. The previous big losses have been assigned or originated in the downtown area. So there is a very strong likelihood that, I mean, if we can fix those water mains, we would reduce the losses. But we really have no way of knowing that if all of the losses are happening in that area. I mean, based on the water main breaks that have happened, it is alluded that that's where the bigger problem is. The bigger problem in West Cray is, or in, sorry, Durham in particular, is that we are sitting on fractured rock, and also we have gravelly soil in some other areas. So when you have a water main break or water leakage, it does not surface. And so you could have a water main leaking, and they have been leaking for all these years. And until now, we did not worry about it because we had lots of capacity. Now suddenly we find that we don't have enough capacity, and we are trying to track it and treat it. But as you could see, in the year 2, I mean, if you want to fix like the downtown, I mean, we are looking at roughly about $2.7 million. And I mean, that is just not to replace the water main only. I mean, if we have to just replace the water main only, the cost would be much lower. But the council will have to decide whether when they do any work in the downtown, would they do just a water main replacement, or they will also want to deal with the sanitary sewer that was built, I think, in early 1920s, and the storm sewers and other things. So I mean, that's why that cost is that high. The previous councils, whenever we talked about going into the downtown to replace the water main, they wanted to deal with everything. So there are two projects which are roughly dealing with the water mains. So that's one. And the second one is again on the Garaflexa Street further south near the Sadler Street. So I mean, those two projects alone could be roughly about $6 million. But we are just not replacing the water main, we are also replacing other infrastructure. Did I answer your question? Sorry.
Councillor or Deputy Mayor, anything further?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Yeah, I guess what I was trying to identify, and you've answered it, is just, obviously water leaving and it's not hitting the meters. That's one of the things, and I think that actually creates more capacity than what we may know. And again, it's undetermined because we don't know where the leaks are. But I think there might be some extra capacity there, again, based around the leak. Again, you can't identify where it is. So yeah, I have answered it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, Councillor Hergert.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Rakesh, for this report. I agree with Councillor Doug Hutchison there. Here's a very nice roadmap for plan forward. I guess I'm curious, how often would we update this report? Would this be updated annually? Some of the projects you mentioned, we would know once we get in there about water analysis and so on. I could see the benefit in having this report updated annually. I'm just curious what the instruction is, or how do we proceed forward?
That's a very good point. This is this 5-year plan has been prepared based on whatever we know at this stage. We do not know everything at this point. So I think it's a maybe annually it should be updated and presented to the council with maybe revised cost estimates also. And some of the items may fall off the radar here or fall off the table. Like for instance, that we talked about, storage capacity. It is quite possible that we may not need a new water storage or additional water storage tank. I had kind of made a presentation to the former councils about the water storage capacity needs. Actually, I had made 2 presentations, but as I mentioned earlier, we did not have as grave a situation as we have now today. So nothing was done and it was left for the future. So, but I think now we are at a point where we need to start finding answers to some of those important questions.
Thank you. So if this council would direct you to update this annually, is that what you would need?
Yep, that will be correct. Yep, I would need some directions from the staff and the council to update that.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Shea, please.
Thank you. Good morning, and thanks for this presentation. I have 2 questions. One is, you said that replacing the water main on Garaflexa would likely make sense to replace the sanitary sewer at the same time. But did you not say in a previous meeting that the sanitary sewer could possibly be remediated with a liner or something like that? Is it absolutely necessary to replace the sanitary sewer?
Rakesh Sharma, please.
That is correct. With the sanitary sewers, we can use the process of lining. And as I mentioned last time, when we do the lining of the sewers, that increase the life by roughly about 40 to 50 years. It's like providing a brand new pipe inside an old pipe. So that is definitely possible. The only thing that we do not know at this stage or at this point is what is the cost of the CIPP lining. Like everything else, the prices have gone up. When I did roughly about 3 kilometers of sewer lining in Chesley, it was a very attractive option. But if you find that if the contractor want $700 a meter length for lining of the sewers, for instance, then we have to look at, okay, what is the cost to replace a new and what is the cost of lining, and then make a decision based on the economics.
So before we go forward with doing a $6 million renovation to Garifraxa Street, we would do that sort of analysis and decide whether we should be replacing or repairing?
That will be correct. We
Okay.
should be addressing that and investigating that.
Okay, so this is kind of like a worst case scenario that you're presenting here, I suppose.
For sure, yes.
Okay, so my second question is, we've known about this, you've known about this for quite some time and said that there wasn't really a sense of urgency because there was not a lot of large development on the horizon a few years ago. Now we've had several developments and they all seem to be able to be accommodated with the existing infrastructure that we have. You've indicated that further development could not be permitted without these upgrades. If there was no further development on the horizon, if we were not planning to have any further development, would we still need to be going with this 5-year time frame? And I say that because the last year, you indicate the requirements in the last year for the 5th year, without those upgrades, further subdivision development cannot be permitted. So somebody who's waiting in the wings to start a new development, I don't think is likely to wait 5 years. So I just wanted to know if there was no future development planned, would we still be looking at this time frame?
That's a very good point. I have talked about that with Vance earlier, but unfortunately he's not with West Cray anymore. I think that's definitely is a big issue. To entertain requests from the new developers, it could take as much as 3 to 5 year time frame. It could be more like 4 or 5 than maybe 3. And it will give the council sleepless nights if you were to go on with the project and no commitment or the partial commitment from the developers to utilize that capacity. I mean, if we get provincial and federal funding, then it's a different story altogether. But if West Cray need to come up with these projects, and if the written commitment is not there, it's a scary situation. It's a scary thought, in my opinion.
So if there wasn't development on the horizon, you would not be recommending this timetable?
If we did not have that pressure, we probably would not be trying to fast track things the way we are trying to do it right now. Okay. I mean, this is the lowest time period, this is the minimum time period that we need if we want to entertain new subdivisions. We can do this in 2 years. We cannot do this in 3 years. I think we are looking at at least 4 year time frame, assuming that everything will fall in place when we are taking it. I have been involved in the environmental assessment where things start off well, and you could have misinformation campaign and the things can slow down, completely stalled and become political. So this is the best case from the timing point of view scenario. It could be longer.
Okay, thank you. I think we have some big discussions ahead of us about balancing the improvements to the water system and encouraging development and repairing or remediating sanitary sewers. So I think those are things that we ought to plan to have some serious, meaty discussions on and not just work with assumptions. So thank you for highlighting those issues for us.
Members of council, are there any other questions? Lots more discussion ahead of us. All right, I do see Councillor Hamilton's hand up. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Thank you, Rakesh, for your time today. I just wanted to clarify. So I'm hearing from today and last meeting that for the subdivisions that we've committed to and Rockwood, we're okay. So with that in mind, I just want to clarify on the first page of the 5-year capital plan, point number 7 under year 1, under the consequences of project not taken, the wording says West Gray will not be able to accommodate growth and subdivision development without enhancing wastewater treatment plant capacity. So that's where I'm getting a little confused. Is that meant to say future subdivision development? Just if you could please clarify that point. Thank you.
That will be correct. Yeah, that will be for the future development, because we kind of have concluded last time that we were okay for the subdivisions, which is Bruce and the other one, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Moment here.
No, I appreciate that, because I think there's some dialogue in the community that,
Yeah, I see.
so I wonder if that might be clarified for our community as well. So thank you for that. And then just next steps perhaps to our CEO, just a couple of next steps, if I might. So a couple of questions, CEO Johnston. With the growth management strategy that we're committed to working on, would that then also take into account this balance of attracting development and water and costing and timing, that kind of thing? And then also another next step would be, would a next step be a report from our Director of Finance about how we finance this and how this will impact our water rates, and also looking at new builds and the charges they're paying to tie into the system? Is that a report also that'll be coming soon to council? Thank you.
Quite a few questions there, Madam CAO. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And good morning, everyone. Councillor Hamilton, those are great questions, because the answer to both would be yes. We would put it into 2 buckets. Certainly, the financing piece would absolutely fall to the director to report back on options and available, opportunities with development that we are aware of, the interested development that we're aware of, and other orders of government. What kind of support we could seek there, as well as our own financial commitments. And then regarding the growth management strategy, yes, we are still working on putting that together, going back out to market, and this is a driver for it, absolutely, because as much as our water system is something that we need to think about, we have growth inquiries across West Gray, so there's many moving parts. So it's an exciting time for this community.
Very good. All right. Any other member of council have a question with regard to this presentation? All right, I've just scanned the gallery here. I'm not seeing anything. Rakesh Sharma, thank you very much. I know there will be ongoing dialogue and reports and decisions and information sharing. Very, very much appreciate this. It's an exciting time in West Gray for certain. Thank you for this. We will see you again.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I was very happy to answer those questions. They were really all very good questions, and I kind of anticipated them also. So
indeed.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you again. Members of council, we're moving on to item number 5, staff reports. 5.1, Director of Finance, Treasurer. The first one is 5.1.1, 2022 capital budget. We'll move it over to Director Mighton, who is the Director of Finance and Treasurer. Good morning, and please take it from here.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. So there is the capital budget memo, just to give you an idea of how we're using funding some of the capital program. It's a very strong capital program and very alternative sources of funding. The actual increase in the tax levy portion of the capital funding is only about $85,000. We are relying on some various discretionary reserves and some development charges reserves, as well as long-term financing in there. So that was just sort of provided for information. We also then have the sort of the restatement of our budget changes summary, where we started, and then from our last meeting. I have added in, you will see near the bottom, the assessment for return roll, assessment roll for 2022 has been received. So our growth is about $185,000. So that brings our where we're sitting to about $835,000 or 7.7%. So that just gives you where we're sort of starting at for the day. So if there's any questions on those, otherwise we'll get into the budget request forms. There is an index there.
Yeah, let me just do a quick scan before we get into the budget request forms. Members of council, any questions so far? Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Yeah, thanks, Carrie. So first question is, there's a couple of different numbers floating around here. I see you say 7.7 there, but I just looked at the summary sheet, another summary sheet that we got, it says 7.6. And then on the back of that summary sheet with the 2020 budget draft, it talks about 6.7 levy total now. So I'm not sure what those numbers, how they compare. So it is 7.7 is where we're starting?
Looking for that clarification, Director Meaden.
Yeah, I think there was just a little bit of a rounding, 7.7 versus 7.6. I'm not sure. Just going to pull up the other sheet that you might be looking at that had 6. I'm not sure on that one.
It's just the one that came out separately that was sent out with the summary. I don't know.
Let's pull it up.
We'll just take the moment for the clarification. It's most important. Thank you.
So you see a 6 point something you said?
You see on the back of that sheet, remember the little summary you do? Like this was the latest one,
Yep.
and then on the back of that there was another statement that says 2020 draft budget, and it's 6.7. It says at the bottom. So I don't know.
So that is the operating levy portion. So
Okay,
that's just the operating side as opposed to the capital side.
okay. All right,
Yeah.
so not capital. Okay,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Thank you.
if I can just like to say something, if I may, Mayor.
Yes, yes.
So I'm glad that 7.7 is better than 9 point something that we left off with. So that's good to know. I do think that we need to get it down to 5% or less. So I'm throwing that out there as a goal if we can work towards that. We are still in the pandemic. Some people are working, some people are not. It's challenging times. There's lots of work ahead of us. I'm glad to see that we've got some growth. So we have some work ahead of us and to get this done. And I do have one question regarding just something that we just discussed with the water. Is any of that water charges in year one, any of those water figures in our budget at the present time? It seems to me the replacing of the water main on the Fairfax Bridge was in there. And I thought I saw something else, but is there anything in there, Carrie, that Rakesh had mentioned?
Yes, through you, Mayor Robinson. The revised capital summary that you received does include the year one items, as well as other items that aren't mentioned on there. The actual Fairfax Bridge hanging the water main, that's included on there, but that is not part of that 5-year projection for capacity. That's just replacement, an opportunity as the bridge is being done. So that has also been incorporated into the draft capital that you have as well.
Right.
There's
so the total for the year one was 600,000. I don't know if that's all in there or not, but I did see something in there before. So that's good. That's good news that we're starting on that anyways. Good. Thank you.
Yeah, it does require borrowing about $1 million or just over $1 million on the system to get some of the projects done. And year one on the 5-year plan that Rakesh presented is a lot of pre-engineering, investigative work as opposed to construction work as well.
Right. Okay. Good. Thank you.
Good detail, Director. I'm not seeing any other summary questions, so let's move ahead with the budget decision-making sheets. Please go ahead, Director.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So our first one is a CAO 2-22, and it is the staffing gaps identified by the consultants for 2022 or 2023. So that report is the first one that's subsequent to the presentation of the organization service delivery review.
Okay, members of council, this one is a proposed addition to the budget. Any questions on that? And secondly, how do you wish to deal with this? If there is, so no questions then. All right, Deputy Mayor.
Oh, thank you, Mayor Robinson. All right, I just got to flip my screen here. Sorry. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm just looking at this, and I know we had these seem to be added on. I think what I could see supporting is I would like to know what the impact would be. A deputy fire chief, fire prevention officer. I see there's a certain need for that, definitely right away. So I'd like to know what that figure would look like if we went into the, I'm not sure how fast Chief Schwartz could put somebody in, but is this something that's going to be right away, or is it again going into April, May, June, or whatever the date would be? So that one there, I can see supporting. I believe the bylaw on property standard officer we've already passed, and we do have a contract in place for the balance of the year. So I'm not sure how that landed, because I believe that's already captured, and that was using the existing revenues that we actually had allocated for it all along anyway. As far as where I'm sitting right now, I don't know, we're looking at two other staff positions. I'm not sure I can support a human resources health and safety coordinator for 2022. And the same thing with the IT tech. Is there a way that we can get a consultant or somebody to help us out just temporarily to get through this year? And the only reason I'm saying is, again, we're right back to where we started with this pandemic. We are sitting in a state of emergency still, so there is some concern. So I could see supporting possibly the start of a deputy fire chief, whether we get into a part-time to kind of start towards a full-time position there. And again, my question's on the bylaw, the property standards. I'm not sure how that fits in, because I think that's already captured somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to suggest that we start off with Director Mighton and then Madam CAO. So the first part, the question was in terms of the financial impact with regard to the proposed position of Deputy Fire Chief / fire prevention officer. If that's a midstream April, what's the financial impact, financial cost associated with that? Director Mighton. And then while you're doing that, Madam CAO, just in terms of a comment with regard to the midway hiring of that position, and also the question with regard to the bylaw enforcement contract position that we had. I believe that was the other question the deputy had. So I'm going to suggest Madam CAO, as our Director of Finance is working out the financial part, if you're prepared to go ahead, please do.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Robinson. So council will recall, this is not new information. This has been before us since our review of 2020. The service delivery review of 2021 also supported the findings of our staffing gaps. And that's comparable to other municipalities, our typical comparators, and the 2021 review looked at different municipalities as well. So we've got a wider scope of comparators. This is before you only as a reminder that these are some of the pressures that the corporation is facing. Deputy Mayor, you're correct. We do have a contract in place for bylaw enforcement. And the proposal isn't necessarily that all of these positions are approved, but you will see them again, because we need to determine what we can support and, it's always that balancing act, and respectfully, that's something that council's going to have some challenges for sure this year. All of these positions would have a mid 2022 start by the time you factor in recruitment and onboarding and that sort of thing. The numbers that we were just earmarking was about $75,000 per position. The director can confirm that that's not a full year. However, it's risky to not fund a position because then you're dealing with the top up in subsequent budgets. It's important to get it into the base. I don't know that there's anything else I can offer at this point. This is really just the rationale behind these positions, why they're important to the corporation, for council's information. And, you know, respectfully, I am not expecting all of these positions to be able to be funded this year. And it's just here as for your information.
Thank you, Madam CAO. Director Mighton, anything further with regard to the question on the financial impact?
Yeah, I think the CAO has covered it. For a partial year, you're still probably looking, you'll need at least 60, I would think, on any, if you're trying to whittle it down, depending on the actual date that they would be starting.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, is there anything further at this time?
No, thank you. I just thank you, Madam CEO, for the clarity on the bylaw officer, because that I just want to identify that. And again, I just want to state that I cannot see enhancing IT and human resources from this report this time. I think the emphasis should be on the fire. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Yeah, so I'm sort of on the same wavelength as our deputy mayor there. I wondered with the fire chief, is it possible, and again, we have to talk to the fire chief about this, but is it possible to get by with a half-time or a part-time deputy chief this year, just to sort of phase that in? You know, I know there's pressures there and whatnot, but there's also pressures for us in terms of making this budget work. So that would be my first question, and maybe that's something we'd have to discuss with the chief, as I said. Again, the human resource, health and safety, I know that puts pressure on our CAO, and bless her heart for doing that, but I would like to see us defer that one this year. Bylaw and property standards, we do have a contract, so I would say we carry on with that and see where that goes. Maybe another year, if it's not working, then we do something differently. And then the IT, again, I don't think it's fair that our finance director does a lot of our IT at the office. You know, based on the last time I was in her office, her piles weren't getting any lower than they were. So hopefully, I would suggest what would be the possibility of bringing someone in on a contract basis to get us started on that. Like, I know we have a lot of programs and besides the hardware part of it, there's programs that need to be coordinated and whatnot. Is that something that could help us to get started without actually hiring a full-time staff? Maybe that's directed to staff about that.
Thank you for that. Madam CAO, I'm going to go to you first on not only with regard to the IT question that was just asked with regard to a contract, but also any information that you could provide with regard to the deputy fire chief fire prevention position, and then I could go over to Chief Schwartz. Please go ahead, Madam CAO.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. So, Councillor Hutchinson, you're correct. I think the IT position is something that I'm not too quick to just jump in and bring a full-time person on board just yet. I'd rather we do some assessments, work with our consultant that did the 2021 review and sort of map out what that position and what that plan could look like. So if we were tabling any of these positions right now, that one could certainly be an eligible position to be put on hold. I would like to advise council or remind council that currently we do have a deputy, well, one of our deputy fire chiefs does assist our chief with inspections, and that's on a very part-time basis. So I don't know that continuing that model and even increasing the part-time hours is going to resolve any of the workload pressures and some of the succession planning concerns that we have for this position. I know our chief is not leaving us anytime soon, but there is it's very difficult for Chief Schwartz to totally disconnect being a one person operation as it is right now. I see the chief is here with us, so he can speak to this further. But my recommendation is that if we're looking at truly filling this gap, there's a lot more work that this position could do than just assisting with inspections. There's fire prevention. There's all sorts of things that are mandated, and the chief could use some assistance.
Thanks for that information, Madam CAO. Chief Schwartz, do you have anything further to add?
Everybody can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I've got my deputy out of Newstead's been helping me for the last couple of years. He comes in 1 day a week, sometimes 2 and 3 days when stuff gets backed up. For example, the last 2 weeks I was decided to take holidays. I didn't use any holidays last year. And I put my phone on call forwarding, and somehow it got switched off. Nobody was available to take calls here at the hall. And my mailbox was full, of course, when I got back in, and I've had a few phone calls this morning that people couldn't get a hold of me. So, that's the sort of thing. If I have a deputy chief, then there's always somebody that's working through the week. You could set a schedule up that there's always somebody in the hall every day of the week, including Saturday and Sunday too. You wouldn't have to have both people here at the same time. The schedule could overlap, so you're here a couple days together, and then you're here by yourself or whatever. The inspections, we weren't meeting our mandate for doing inspections before we brought Doc on to help. There's a lot of stuff to do between emergency planning, health and safety coordinating, which we're hardly touching that one, and fire prevention, public education, and fire inspections, which we're mandated to do. He's taken a lot of weight off my shoulders that way. He can get about 2, maybe 3 done a week sometimes, depending on the size of the building and how much involvement there is and how many visits he has to make to go back to make sure the stuff's corrected. Some of these follow-up inspections could be anywhere from 1 to 4, maybe even 5 times you got to go back. And it takes up time doing the paperwork and consulting with the fire marshal's office. So yeah, we're working on a part-time basis now. I'd really like to see it go full-time. So I guess that's basically all I got to say.
Thank you, Chief. Anything further, Councillor Hutchinson? Okay, very good. I think I saw Councillor. Yeah, I did. Councillor Hamilton, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and thank you, Chief, for the information. A question to staff would be if we already in our budget account for a part-time-ish deputy fire chief position, then are we truly taking on a brand new full-time position? Are we not adding to that part-time position to create a full-time position? So perhaps the budgeting would be less than a full position is my question. Thank you.
We'll start with Madam CAO and then Director Mighton for that.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and Councillor Hamilton. That's an interesting question. I do believe, though, that because it's a part-time arrangement, it's as an on-call payout, and if we're looking at a full-time position, then we need to factor in things like OMERS and benefits and wherever the position would land on our pay scale. It would need to be reevaluated as well. So it is a little bit different. It wouldn't just be topping up that budget line. It would be more likely creating something entirely different. But I'll let the Director of Finance clarify.
Over to you, Director Mighton, please.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, you're probably by the time $50,000 to $60,000. It is a 1 day a week position right now. Not necessarily consistently. There's times where there's not wages every week, but also going to the full time, there's all those costs and associated with it. So you're still probably looking at that $50,000 to $60,000 top up.
Okay, sorry, my mic was off. Please go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
Sure. Yep, that makes sense. So to further clarify, if council were to approve a full-time deputy fire chief position, whatever budget is attributed towards this 1 day-ish position would come out of the budget, correct? there'd be a reduction there?
Director?
Just to
Mighton?
clarify.
A reduction, and then we need to add that plus. So you're still looking, if you're going to take out 10, you need to add 60 or 65. It's depending on when you're starting a position. What we're not certain of is where it would get scored either. So the rate for this inspector, the deputy chief function is part of the volunteer fire department. So really the only part-time thing is for inspections. So where this would score on our once we got the position described and evaluated would likely be at a much different rate as well. So there's a lot of moving parts, and that's where I say, to be fair, you're probably going to need at least 50 to 60 if you're going to add it in for a part year.
Great, thank you. And I understand it's an estimate at this point, and I hear the scoring and job development piece. Yeah, this one concerns me in that succession planning. Also, just hey, if our chief's away on holiday or needs to take a weekend off, or be unwell, we're in a pandemic. There's extra pressures right now in this position. This is about the safety of our community and the well-being of our fire chief as well. So I think this is of the four that are listed here today, this one rises to the top for me. Thank you.
Councillor Shea.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask the Director of Finance one more time. You've clarified with the Deputy Chief that there's already a position, and that those would balance out a little bit or offset a little bit. With the bylaw officer, their contract, like if we did hire a bylaw officer, that contract would no longer be required. So that would be a savings. So when we're budgeting and saying we need this much for a bylaw officer, we could also say, and we'll be saving this much by not having a contract bylaw officer. So if there's $65,000 or $70,000, and I don't know what our contract is, $20,000 or something. So that's a significant offset. Am I correct in that assessment?
Director Mighton?
Yes, I would agree. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And I would support the comments that have been made by many of my colleagues about the deputy fire chief being the most important of these four, and something that probably ought to be implemented this year. If we required a motion, I would make that motion, but I'm not sure how we add things into the budget at this point.
Well, we're going to need a motion with regard to this. This is how we've been operating from our last meeting. So if you have something in mind, or if any other member of council has something in mind with regard to the requests here, let's hear it.
Sure, I would move that we accept the recommendation to engage a deputy fire chief in the 2022 budget.
Okay, thank you. And with that, Madam Clerk, I would just be looking to you as well as to Director Mighton for the appropriate language that would be required for the actual motion. And so I'd like to hear that back before I look for a seconder. Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, I have moved by Councillor Shea that council accepts the recommendation to engage a deputy fire chief in the 2022 budget. But I would need add a cost of and put a number in there so that our Director of Finance has something to add in specific, so we can get to some real numbers and percentages at the end of the day.
Councillor Shea, do you have a number in mind?
I would look to the Director of Finance for a recommended number.
Sounds good. Director Mighton, what would you suggest for this?
I would probably 60,000.
Okay. Okay, so Councillor Shea is shaking his head, or rather nodding his head. Okay, so we've got that. We'll have the clerk read it back, and then I'll go for look for a seconder.
Through you, Mayor, moved by Councillor Shea that council accepts the recommendation to include a deputy fire chief position in the 2022 budget at a cost of $60,000.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Deputy Mayor Any questions on the motions, members of council? Councillor Hergert.
I would like that we add to this motion Deputy Fire Chief / Fire Prevention Officer as it's presented in the report.
Okay, so with that, Councillor Shea, I'm seeing that that's how it's presented in the report. Councillor Shea is good and Deputy Mayor is good. Thank you, Councillor Hergert. Is there any other question or clarification on the motion? I'm certain that would have been clarified. All right, all those in favor indicate with the raised hand. And I do see Councillor Townsend there raising his hand, just so you've got a confirmation that I see you. 7 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. This motion is carried. Is there anything further on this budget request sheet, or members of council, are you fine to move on? All right, that's what I'm getting an indication. Director Wrighton, please continue.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor, our next budget request form is CAO-03-22, and that is to add funding for costing for a police costing consultant, excuse me.
All right, Madam CAO, do you have anything to add, as this is one of your budget request sheets submitted?
Through you, Mayor Robinson, I'm hoping that the justification section of this budget request form is clear enough. This cost is presented to council as a response to the directive to secure an OPP costing for policing services. Recommendations from other CAOs that I've spoken with, the corporation would then have to do its due diligence in reviewing whatever data and proposals that the OPP would present to us in the coming months, and to do that unbiasedly and as transparently and with the expertise that would be required would necessitate us to have an outside consultant to do that work.
Thank you. Questions from members of council? Councillor Shea.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I think staff has made a very reasonable and responsible recommendation here. We have undertaken service and HR reviews from several other departments, in fact, all departments within the municipality. And these costs are totally in line with the costs that the amounts that we have spent on other service reviews. I think we've done 2 reviews for $100,000 recently. So this seems like a wise investment in doing an objective and thorough analysis of this activity. So I would move that we accept the staff recommendation to allocate this to the budget.
Okay, Madam CAO, Madam Clerk, if you would be able to read back the wording when you're ready to do so, and then I would look for a seconder for this motion.
Through you, Mayor Robinson, moved by Councillor Shea, that council hereby accepts the recommendation to include $80,000 in the 2022 budget for a police costing consultant.
Is there a seconder for this motion? Oh, Councillor Townsend, I see your hand. Any questions or comments? Councillor Townsend. Councillor Townsend, your audio is not on. I'm not certain. Okay, Councillor Townsend, are you there to participate? I wonder if staff could provide some assistance, because if the councillor is not available, I would have to be looking for a seconder if he's just not available on screen for the vote. So if that could be looked at now, I'll just continue on with questions at this time or comments, beginning with Councillor Hutchinson and then Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. Go ahead, Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest maybe Councillor Townsend, maybe he needs to call in if his audio is not working and do it through a cell phone or something. Yeah, well, first of all, I'm not in favor of this motion. As I said right from the start, we have a challenging budget here and we're trying to get the dollars down. I can't really see us spending $80,000 on this. I don't think, I would hope that we're not really looking at replacing our police force with OPP. I think the public has stated very clearly that they're not interested in that. So I'm not sure why we would spend $80,000 to even look at it. If people are really truly interested in doing something with OPP, then my suggestion would be make an election issue and put it out there as part of your platform.
Okay, excuse me, Councillor Hutchinson. Please pardon the interruption. I don't see Councillor Townsend on. If I could just have that confirmed, because I'm going to need a seconder to even advance anything further. And I think Clerk Scharbeck, if you could just confirm that, would that be an accurate statement that I've just provided?
Through Mayor, yes, I would agree with that.
Okay, thanks. So Supervisor Hewlett, actually Initiatives Officer Hewlett, thank you for that. Do we have Councillor Townsend online here or not?
Through you, Mayor Robinson, I have reached out to Councillor Townsend. I can see that his login is still active in the meeting, sorry, but it doesn't appear that he is on camera, either that or he is hidden by his virtual background. So if I could prompt Councillor Townsend to possibly turn off his virtual background if he is present. Other than that, I would go out on a limb and assume that he's possibly stepped away from his computer.
Okay, so there's been no change on. Tempting to have some change now. You know what, Clerk Scharbeck, would you agree that I would be looking for a seconder just to make this abundantly clear for democratic purposes, transparency, etc., to go with a different seconder?
Through you, Mayor, if you have a seconder, I'm not sure if Councillor Townsend was seconding the motion. If he is, it's something that you could come back to if he's not able to rejoin us. I thought I saw him just rejoining there, but now I don't see him. But you could go with a different seconder as well and carry on, or you could just put this item on hold and come back when Councillor Townsend's able to join us. It's up to you.
I think I'll look for another seconder if there is one, so we can continue on in the discussion of this.
Point of order, Mayor Robinson?
Sure, let's take your point of order, Councillor.
Okay. More of a suggestion. We're 15 minutes away from our usual break. What if we were to take a break now and Councillor Townsend can get himself sorted out? It's a really important conversation. I wouldn't want to have him miss out on the conversation because of technology concerns. So I'm wondering if we could take a reset or a break, sorry. Yeah.
Well, we do have a motion here. I'm going to ask the clerk for procedural assistance here because I did have an indication that the motion, Councillor Townsend had his hand up for seconding, but we would require clarification on that. Clerk Scharbeck, in terms of calling for a recess right now, where we are procedurally, is that appropriate or inappropriate?
It's entirely up to council how you wish to proceed. I'm not sure if Councillor Townsend is trying to phone in. Cody will certainly let us know if he is and when he's able to join us. I guess at this point in time, you have a moved motion on the floor. It hasn't been seconded. There could be a motion to defer until after a recess and proceed with the item after that. That would be procedurally the correct way to postpone this until after the recess, but it should be by resolution. If that makes sense.
Yes, that absolutely makes sense. Resolutions are the cornerstone in terms of how we operate and certainly how I operate. So Council, you've heard procedural context from our clerk. Over to you, Councillor Hamilton. Hopefully it's for deferral at this time.
Yes, Mayor Robinson, I'll make a motion to defer until after a 15-minute recess.
Okay, so that'll take us to 10:30 according to my clock. So we'll defer this motion after the recess, which we'll call back, or I'll call it back to order at 10:30 a.m. Clerk Sharbeck, if you could read that, and then I'll go for a seconder.
Through you, Mayor, I have moved by Councillor Hamilton that this item, budget request form CAO 03-22, be deferred until after a recess.
And I'm looking for a seconder, but with a hand up in this case. Is there a seconder? Councillor Hergert. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 6 members of council have voted in favor. This motion is carried. Turn your audio and video off is what I'm suggesting. I'll see everyone back at 10:30. Thank you.
Hey, Councillor Townsend, we just decided to take a quick break while we were waiting for you to reconnect. Did you want to do a quick audio and video check?
Hi, Cody. Could you please repeat that? I had some loud audio on my end with the, sorry. Please go
No
ahead.
worries. I had just noticed that Councillor Townsend had rejoined the meeting, so I was just wondering if you wanted to check his audio quickly.
Thank you, Cody.
Yes. Yeah, Councillor Townsend, can we check your audio, please?
Trying to do that now.
You're coming through clear on my end. It actually is better than before.
Okay, and I'll turn the volume up a bit.
Okay. Am I coming through clear on your end?
And there's video as well.
Yep, that's very clear.
Okay. Thank you.
So, no problem. We'll take it from here.
I'll come back at 10:30.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Yep, 10:30. I'll call it back to order. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, well, it is 10:30. Madam CIO, do you have the staff you require?
Mayor Robinson, yes, I see. I just don't know if our clerk team is back yet.
Well, we'll need the clerk team for certain.
Absolutely.
While we're waiting, welcome back, Councillor Townsend. I know in the break you got the audio fixed, which is good. Okay. Madam CIO, can you let me know when we've got our clerk team back so that we can begin? We've got all members of council. I will not call the meeting back until we have our clerk in place.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. We're ready to go. I just have an indication from Madam CAO. So I'm calling our meeting back to order. It's 10:31. We did have a motion to defer till 10:30 in order to have Councillor Townsend rejoin us for his audio. We've got that corrected now. So before we go any further in the discussion, there was a motion on the floor. Clerk Scharbeck, I wonder if you could read the motion that was moved by Councillor Shea. And then I want to confirm if it was Councillor Townsend that was seconding or if I need a seconder. So please go ahead, Clerk Scharbeck.
Mayor Robinson, moved by Councillor Shea. Council hereby accepts the recommendation to include $80,000 in the 2022 budget for a police costing consultant.
Now, Councillor Townsend, I took your hand up as a seconder, but I want that confirmed if that is not correct or if it is correct, please. So you're saying that you are seconding it with your thumbs up. Okay, thank you. So we have a mover and seconder. Madam Clerk, I will be looking for recorded vote. So at the appropriate time, I will be forwarding it over to you for the recorded vote process. But it is not at this time. We've got a number of speakers. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Hergert, Councillor Hutchinson, then Councillor Townsend in that order so far. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I was just wondering if Councillor Hutchinson was up and before we went for the requested break. I wonder if Councillor Hutchinson could finish before I go.
Perfect.
I was in the middle of his statement. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you for that. Councillor Hutchinson, please go ahead.
Yeah, I think I've more or less said my piece, but I will just reiterate that I'm not in favor of this motion. We have a police force. I'd like us to work with our police force to make any changes that we feel necessary. We're in the middle of building a police station, so I'm not sure why we would even put this forward to spend money on something that I don't see the logic behind it. Thank you.
Thank you. Now to you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I too I'm not going to support this $80,000 expense. I think the community, the unlimited phone calls and emails coming in, it doesn't seem like there's any support there. Again, I stated that if you want to pursue this, I think we need to engage with the community. It is part of our structure. We need to reach out and let the community, if they want to proceed with it. I think we need to follow the lead from what our constituents are telling us. One of the questions I have is the $80,000, I believe the consultant would be from the corporation side. What I'd like to know is how are the police going to, there's going to be an awful lot of work done from their side as well. And I haven't seen any budget an amount on that. So I wonder if I could, whether the CAO could answer that or if the chief of police, because I believe there would be a consultant required or another staff member on that side to provide all that information. If so, what would the cost be that? Is that another 80 over there that we're not aware of? And also, while we're asking that, is there any specific qualifications that a consultant or maybe a new staff member was required to access the police records? Thank you.
Madam CAO, this is your, you've added this on as the budget request, so I'll go to you first, and then Director Mighton. And then if we have confirmation if Chief Martin is on, but we'll start with you, Madam CAO.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. To the deputy's question, this $80,000 is the corporation's expense to do an analysis, an independent, objective analysis of whatever information the Ontario Provincial Police costing package looks like. That, you know, I in speaking with a couple of CAOs, they did not indicate whether their police service secured their own independent consultant or not. They just went with one consultant that did the review of the information that the OPP and the proposal that the OPP was providing, which includes, of course, a price tag and a service level proposal. Whatever West Grey Police Services Board would like to do is entirely their prerogative. I'm just recommending that we will need to budget something for someone to do this analysis because we quite simply can't do it in-house. Not only is it unfeasible with workloads, I'm quite concerned on the workload implications in providing information to the OPP that they're going to require from both West Grey Police and from our treasurer. However, that aside, we do have the directive that we need to proceed with the request for costing and the workload that accompanies that. Well, we'll have to manage that, but it is what will we do after we receive their proposal. To be as clear and professional as possible, my recommendation is that we need an independent expertise to do that analysis, comparing the service then and the cost that we currently have to whatever the OPP would be presenting to us.
Director Mighton, anything to add?
No, I think the CAO Johnson covered it. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have confirmation if Chief Martin is online and if he wishes to comment on that? Certainly it would be, the board would have to determine if there's a request for expenditures, but I'm not seeing him on, Madam CAO. Do you? Okay. Thank you. And good morning, Chief Martin. Do you have anything to add at this time?
Good morning, Your Worship. Yes, we would be taking it to our board to seek funding for our own consultant. There are a number of consultant companies out there. The issue is where they fall on which side of the fence and which organizations they support. And we certainly want to make sure that it is a completely independent review and it actually addresses the concerns that we're hearing about and the concerns that we've heard in the Auditor General's report, and make sure that is actually fair and balanced for the municipality and for my members as well. That's all that I have, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you very much. Deputy Mayor, is there anything further?
Okay, well, thank you very much, Mayor Robinson, and thank you for the clarification. So the 80 is for, just to be very clear, is for the corporation side, and it's just been identified, and it's, from what my understanding is that we would have further expenses, and being as council is responsible for the budget of the police, there's going to be an added cost there, and I'd really like to know what that number is before we have a call to vote, because I think there's some clarity needed around that, because if it's another 80, we're talking $160,000 hit here right now that's before us. The other thing that just asked, if I could go back to the Chief of Police, is there any specific qualifications that the consultants need to have access to your files? That's just so I have that in my mind as well.
Chief Martin?
Obviously, to have access to our files, you would have to have a proper police clearance. You would have to sign a confidentiality agreement dealing with our internal files because they are labor relation issues with our staff. And some of the access and files they have deal with calls for service for some of the vulnerable sectors. So we would have to make sure that they have the proper clearances to make sure they can do this before we step into this. They would also need to have some significant ideas on what policing actually is, what the Police Services Act actually says in terms of what adequate and effective policing is. They'd have to have a complete knowledge of the adequacy regulations under Ontario Regulation 3 for 1999.
Anything further, Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Chief Martin. No, so again, I can't support this. I'm very concerned that we don't have the actual numbers on the cost. We've got from Madam CAO has brought a request for 80,000. We don't know, we have no certainty on the police side, and it's just been identified that there would be additional consultant required at that end. So I don't believe that the number before us is accurate, so I cannot support it. Thank you.
Councillor Hergert, then Councillor Townsend.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion to amend the motion that's on the floor. And the motion that I would like to make is that we, West Grey Council, would pay for the consultant as needed, as required, $80,000 from the year-end general levy surplus from 2021.
Clerk Sharbuck, could you please read that back at the appropriate time? And then I would be looking for a mover to the amendment.
To Mayor Robinson, just to be clear, Councillor Hergert, that West Grey Council shall pay for the police costing consultant.
OPP. It's stalled up.
That West Grey Council shall pay for the police costing consultant up to $80,000 from the
Yes, from the general levy year-end surplus of 2021. If we could just add in a little wordsmithing there, an OPP, police costing consultant.
Okay, so moved by Councillor Hergert, that West Grey Council shall pay for the OPP police costing consultant up to $80,000 from the general levy year-end surplus from 2021.
Okay, we've got confirmation that Councillor Hergert likes the wording. Is there a seconder for this amendment, Councillor Townsend? And Madam Clerk, I'll be looking for a recorded vote. Madam Clerk, did you have something else to say? Just
through you, Mayor, I just wanted to clarify that the beginning of this is that the motion regarding the OPP police costing consultant be amended to add that. So just that small formality, to be clear, is in there.
okay, good. And just to be clear, I'm asking for a recorded vote. All right, Councillor Hergert, was there anything further? You have your electronic hand up.
Not at this time, thank you.
Councillor Townsend, then.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and apologize for the technical problems, but they all appear to be fine now. First of all, I want to remind everybody, I did invite specifically in my comments at the last council meeting, West Grey Police to participate in the process. I think that has to happen. It must happen. I said it then, I say it now. And so, I encourage them to get involved as much as they can, even to the point of making sure that what we get is an apples to apples comparison. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any other member of council that wishes to speak? Councillor Shea and then Councillor Hamilton.
I've already spoken, so I'll defer to another first-time speaker.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. It's just a question about the amendment and a question to our Director of Finance. Is the wording, is the direction clear, and is the wording of this amendment okay the way we've got it? Thank you.
Through you, Madam Mayor.
Yep.
Yes, you could add, if any, if we could run a deficit in 2021, there may not be a surplus. So it's you'll have to deal with it if it's not sufficient, or if we should run a deficit at the end of 2021, or if the surplus isn't sufficient to cover the cost, then you'll have to revisit it to fund from the reserve or your 2022 or something like that. So it's just, we don't have that fund until year end is completed. So I don't know that that's going to be sufficient. So it's just it could come back for revisiting if there's not enough funds in the general surplus at the end of 2021. that, okay, where do you want to take this from then? Are we raising, and especially if it's after we've passed the tax rate bylaw, we can't raise the tax levy, we've already set that, then where do you want to take it from? Is there a reserve? Is there, you want to gamble that 2022 has a surplus? You know, so it just may come back because there's not a definitive fund at this point because year end 2021 is not completed.
Thank you for that clarity. Yeah, that makes sense. And so if we don't have a surplus or enough of a surplus, we'd be looking at contingency funds or reserves or not the levy because we're already halfway into the year. Okay. And I'll leave it there for now. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Shea, you're up.
Thank you. My questions have been answered.
Oh, very good. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak at this time? I see Councillor Hutchinson. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so my concern is if we go ahead with this vote and this procedure of looking at OPP costing, then my question is, so where are we with our new police station then? We've already spent quite a bit of money to get to this point. I don't know how long this is going to take. So are we now saying, okay, we have to put everything on hold because potentially if the OPP costing comes back that people like it, then we go to OPP, so then we're not going to build a police station. So to me, this throws a bit of a curve in terms of our direction as council. You know, are we sitting now saying, let's put everything on hold? We've got the land. I guess we can use it for something else, but where are we going with this? If we're not serious about switching, then why are we spending $80,000 plus? So I have a real question, a real concern with this going forward in terms of our direction with our local police force and where we're heading. So it just seems to put everything on hold. Thank you.
Thank you. And those are statements, Councillor. Okay, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I'd like to move a motion that is, I believe, germane to the topic. My motion would be that council directs staff to request a costing for a consultant from the West Grey Police Services for their side of whatever would be required. And furthermore, that council directs staff to prepare a survey to go out to the community for the community input on the decision. And again, and that's on both consultants because what's before us is 80 and that is only, I believe, half of what we're going to be discussing. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk Sharbuck, could you please assist with the wording for this amendment to the amendment, I believe, or your procedural comments?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was an amendment to the amendment or if that was a motion to amend the main motion after this amending motion. I don't know what.
Well, that's where it lands over to you, Clerk Sharbuck. I'm not sure how you'd like to put that one in. I guess it'd be an amendment to the amendment. That would be double amendment now, Red, would it not?
So the amendment.
I would like to amend, I guess, the main motion. I guess it would be, I think that's probably where that would land. Thank you.
So at this point in time, there's an amending motion on the floor. The mayor's called for a recorded vote, moved by Councillor Hergert and seconded by Councillor Townsend, that the motion to include $80,000 in the 2022 budget for a police costing consultant be amended by adding that council shall pay for the OPP police costing consultant up to $80,000 from the general levy year-end surplus from 2021. So I think, Deputy Mayor, it might be appropriate if this amendment was addressed and then you made your amendment to the main motion.
Okay, thank you for that. Did I cut you off, Madam Clerk? I didn't mean to do that. Okay. All right, Deputy Mayor, so we'll look to you after we deal with this amending motion. So is there any other comments with regard to the amendment that is before us? Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. I'm of the opinion that it's a totally different request. It's not related to the funding. And I don't know how the clerk feels about that, but it's totally different slant than what's in front of everyone as to how to deal with the 80,000. Anyway, I would like the CAO's comment on that as well, please.
Sorry, I had to release my mute button there. Madam CAO.
Through Mayor Robinson, I'm a little confused at the moment. Clerk Sharbuck, could you remind me where we've landed? I believe we have an amendment to allocate how we're going to allocate the funds, and the deputy is requesting that we do a communication outreach, basically. So if that's the flow, then I concur with Councillor Townsend that they're not exactly related, because what we need one to be passed or defeated, and then the other one would be a separate project. Either way.
Clerk Sharbuck.
Through you, Mayor Robinson, I'll just confirm with that wording with, from Deputy Mayor Hutchinson. I did not get it down. So at this point in time, the amendment as to where to fund the $80,000 from is an amending motion. That's all that's being addressed. Is it from the year-end surplus, if there is one? So that's the only thing that's on right now. So I don't believe Deputy Mayor's motion would be amending this one. I think this amending motion needs to be addressed first. And then we're back at the main motion, which is to include $80,000 for an OPP costing. And I'm not sure, Deputy Mayor, if you could let me know that wording again, if it's a main motion or if it's an amending motion.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. I guess the easiest way for me to land at this is that we'll call it an amending motion or a new motion, and this is why I have to go to you, Clerk Sharbuck.
Yeah.
The moving target here is not the $80,000 that I've raised. The $80,000 is the corporation portion. It's the 80 potentially, whatever the number is. I'm going to call it 80 because we're going to be 80 from the corporation. It's the 80 from the police services side that is going to have to provide information because it has been identified they cannot, they don't have the staff resources to provide that part of whatever a consultant may be required. So that's what I was trying to identify. And then engaging in the public was just the tag on. So I'm not sure where that would land, Clerk Sharbuck, if you could help me. I think it goes back to the main motion. And again, the only reason I'm raising is because it's not really the 80, in my opinion. We're not talking about $80,000 here. We're talking a number totally different to that. So because there is additional consultation required from the police services side. Thank you.
Clerk Sharbuck, please.
Okay, so I think I understand a little bit better. The main motion, when we get to that, is about including $80,000 in the 2022 budget. So Deputy Mayor, are you suggesting that that number be amended to a higher number? Or would you like to deal with this motion, the amendment, then the main motion, and then present a new motion that an additional amount be added to the 2022 budget to allow for the police services to engage a consultant as well?
If I may, Mayor Robinson, what I originally read was that I would like staff to work with the West Grey Police Services to establish the amount of what would be required from their end if they had to hire a consultant or another staff member to provide the details that are going to be required to complete this total survey. Because the one we're talking about now is from the corporate side. The police are going to have their own cost, which needs to be identified. So how can we pass $80,000 for a consultant here, and we haven't taken into consideration the financial impact on the police services based on the resources that they currently have? That's what I was trying to get towards, if that helps you at all, Clerk Sharbuck.
It does, actually. If we get the intention right, then the motions will be very meaningful decisions afterwards. So at this point in time, what's on the floor is simply to amend the motion to say that the money comes from any year-end surplus. So I think that is the first matter to be addressed. And I think that afterwards, the main motion is specific to a consultant for the Corporation of West Grey. And I think that is a separate matter than adding additional funds to the West Grey Police Services Board budget to allow them whatever they need, whether it be staff time or a consultant, to address the work required to do a costing. Does that help, Deputy Mayor? Does that?
We're very
clarify?
close, Clerk Scharbeck, and I apologize because yes, it is. I guess what I'm trying to identify here is that it is a municipal budget that we're talking about here. So it's the 80,000 is the corporation side. There is an additional cost from the police. So the 80,000 is not really what I believe is in discussion. Well, that's what's before us. I believe that's a much different number. So if we go and pass, if it was to pass 80,000, that's only one side of it. Is the other side for the police, is it another 80? So technically, in my opinion, on this budget, we're talking potentially $160,000. And that's what I wanted to identify. That's why I asked for staff to gather that number from the police, bring that forward for both consultants if there is two required, so we would have the full figure, the true financial impact, both from the corporate and from the police services is what I was trying to get to. Because I think the 80 is one thing to be discussed, but if the police are going to have to do the same, and hypothetically, again, I'm not stating any actuals, but if it's another 80 there, we're talking a $160,000 financial decision here on this year's budget. Thank you.
So Clerk Scharbeck, I guess what we're looking for, in your professional opinion, is just a placement of what the Deputy Mayor is suggesting. So are we dealing with the amendment at hand, then the main motion, and then the Deputy Mayor's motion? Should it bring it forward? Correct, Deputy Mayor?
If I may, another pathway forward is to defer and request a staff report, collective staff report from the police services to provide that cost analysis for what a consultant would be to provide whatever services need to be handled from there. That may be another pathway forward, if that helps, Clerk.
Clerk Scharbeck.
No, that one doesn't help. I'm wondering, first of all, we need to deal with the amendment. After that, Deputy Mayor, are you requesting an amendment to the main motion that right now it reads that we include $80,000 for the police costing consultant? Are you requesting that be funded from the levy if that amendment passes? Are you requesting an additional comment in there and that staff investigate? I'm not sure. CIO Johnson, do you have any suggestions there that staff investigate and bring back information regarding further funds required in the 2022 budget for the police services to address this costing? Something like that. That's pretty loosey-goosey.
Madam CIO.
To Madam Mayor, I thought that was actually quite good, Clerk Scharbeck. So Deputy Mayor, you're correct. The 80,000 is based on my conversations with CIOs who have retained cost consultants to do that analysis. They did it as one consultant, reviewed what the OPP provided, and their councils were able to base their decisions on the findings of both parties. I am not aware of, nor did I ask, if their police services retain their own consultant. My understanding is that they did not. It was one consultant, took the OPP package, reviewed it, and made their recommendations and findings to those respective councils. If West Grey Police Services is interested in having an independent consultant also review that material, then I think the municipal budget, we must allocate those funds so that we're all doing the same work. So at this point, I don't know if it would be another 80,000 or if there's, you know, I mean, we'd be looking at two different consultant teams for sure if we're going out separately. So I think council has a responsibility to fund this appropriately. And I don't know if the director of finance would prefer to report back on this, or if we want to just rely on any surplus and hope that there's enough there to take on this extra work.
Director Mighton.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. Rather than deferring, yeah, if you want to commit to further surplus, if any, acknowledging that now we're getting into a level where we probably won't have enough, so we'll be bringing it back for you to fund somewhere from a reserve at a later point, depending what the costs finally come in at. But looking at if you were trying to double it, $160,000 reserve, that may not, you know, be a realistic number. 100,000 maybe, but 160. So it's you know, we don't know at this point. We're still processing 2021 information, so it's too early to count on that surplus. But if you want to put it in, acknowledging if it's the surplus or whatever reserve you're going to pull it from, that you're not going to commit additional tax levy dollars for either police board or corporate funds.
Okay, thank you. Over to you, Madam CAO, and then to the clerk to wrap it up and just position us back for the motions, which I believe will be the amending ones, but please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. So just one question, and this is partly for my information and also for the clerk to provide some assistance. Given that we're working on our 2022 budget and we're not talking about tax levy support for this particular item, would it be appropriate that the motion could approve a cost consultant for the corporation and a cost consultant for West Grey Police Services, and that staff report back? I mean, we could go out to market without the budget and we report back on what the bids came back at and determine funding, what reserve we would need to look to support whatever bids we receive. Is that an option?
Clerk Scharbeck.
There's a couple things getting a little bit confusing. The amending motion that we're on right now is significantly changing the main motion. The main motion is to include $80,000 in the 2022 budget, period. That's tax levy money. So the amending motion is changing that from tax levy to a surplus if there is one. And we don't know when we'll know if there is one. So if it's not covered by the tax levy, it will have to come back to council before we proceed, or by the surplus, sorry. So that's where we're at right now. The second amending motion after that's dealt with will be to add to the main motion, and that a cost consultant for, and that perhaps costs for a consultant for the West Grey Police Services, if required, also be funded by reserves. Is that appropriate, Deputy Mayor?
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, sorry, Mayor Robinson, I'm just trying to, yeah, and then I did have another part. So do you want to deal with the amendment and then I can come back? Because there was another piece of that hasn't even been discussed, and that was furthermore that a survey, that staff prepare a survey and send it out to the community, so we engage with the community to see what direction the community would have. Is also one of the other sentences I had in that. So that's why I asked is, would it be an amendment to the original to get back? So if we want to clear this first one, then we can go to that. Or is that a whole new motion I would bring forward, was the original question?
Clerk Scharbeck.
Through you, Mayor, the survey piece we'll keep for a separate motion and just deal with the budget piece. But through Mayor Robinson, I would just request clarification from Director Mighton that if this was to follow, that the wording would be appropriate, and that costs for a consultant for the West Grey Police Services, if required, also be funded by reserves.
Director Mighton.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we would need to identify if we're going to take it from reserve, which reserve, just so, otherwise I still don't know where I'm going to pull it from. Yeah.
So where would it come from? Deputy Mayor, do you have?
Deputy Mayor.
I guess.
I'm sorry, I don't have that answer. No, I wasn't in support of the 80, but so I don't have that answer. Thank you.
So Deputy Mayor, I guess it addresses the amendment that's on the floor now. If there isn't enough in surplus, what reserve will the money come from for the initial 80,000? That should be addressed now rather than come back, so the process continues.
Director Mighton.
I leave that with you. I'll follow your lead.
Thank you, Director Mighton.
If we want, we have our general capital reserve, which is where our surpluses have been historically directed towards. If that's where this council wants to pull that from, it would be the general capital reserve.
Clerk Sharbuck, over to you. And could you please just identify the motion that we're dealing with currently? And if you could just read that back. I think we need that clarity on where we're at, if you don't mind.
Sure, Mayor. So where we're at is that the motion to include $80,000 in the 2022 budget for a police costing consultant be amended by adding that it shall be funded from, let's see, sorry, the general levy year-end surplus from 2021.
Thank you. And
I'm wondering if, and it was moved by Councillor Hergert and Councillor Townsend. I wonder if it would be appropriate for the mover and seconder to agree to add that or the general capital reserves if necessary. Just that final piece, just to add that clarity that you're not stuck without the appropriate funds.
Councillor Hergert, as the seconder or as the mover rather, are you fine with that?
Yes, I am, and I appreciate the clerk's assistance.
And Councillor Townsend as the seconder, are you fine with that? I got a thumbs up from him. That is correct. Okay, so we have, I wonder, Clerk Sharbuck, if you would restate the motion completely and then now just look for either comments or questions. And I see there's two members of council that wish to speak. Please go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Sorry, this is where we're at. Moved by Councillor Hergert and seconded by Councillor Townsend, that the motion to address, that the motion to include $80,000 in the 2022 budget for a police costing consultant be amended by adding that council shall pay the OPP police costing consultant up to $80,000 from the general levy year-end surplus from 2021 and the general capital reserves if necessary. And vote for a recorded vote, Mayor.
That's right. Okay, so Councillor Hutchinson, then Councillor Townsend.
I guess I'm fine with where we're at. The other option is to defer the whole thing until we have some clarity. But since we've got this far, I guess we'll just leave it.
Councillor Townsend. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak? Okay, I did ask for a recorded vote, but I am going to transfer the chair to the deputy mayor to handle this portion because I will be speaking, and then we'll put it over to Madam Clerk for the recorded vote. I continue to not hear any compelling reason to move ahead with this OPP costing. I was not in favor of the motion the other day. I am certainly not in favor of the amending motion or the motion ahead in terms of supporting it. I will not be supporting it. Again, there's been no compelling reason to support this. We have an excellent police service. There's no need for this motion. And I remind everyone that this motion came last minute on an agenda for this budget review. And we're in the final year of this current term of council. The West Grey Police Services Board is conducting a business plan, and I do fully support, and it is articulated by me individually. I am proud and I fully support our West Grey Police, and I do not believe that OPP costing is at all necessary, nor do I believe supporting the police goes hand in hand with the costing, OPP costing. Supporting and being proud of our police means that you will not support the motion at hand, the amending motion at hand, or the main motion. Thank you very much. Recorded vote.
I'll transfer the chair back to you now, Mayor Robinson. So just for clarity.
No, please continue.
Continue. Okay, so I'll
And
go to Clerk
until we have the
Scharbeck.
vote.
Okay, Clerk Scharbeck, could you call the vote, please? Oh, I apologize. I see Councillor Hergert's hand up for a final comment.
Thank you. This has already been decided by council, and I would appreciate the support of all of council for the majority of council's decision. This does not come lightly. This does not come as a rebuking of our police force. We are fully supportive of our police force. We need to be responsible in looking at budgets. This is a responsible budget review of a department when we have done this for every other department in West Grey other than police and library. I look forward to this vote.
Mayor Robinson, second time speaker, and then I will go to Clerk Scharbeck.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you very much to all of the citizens that have provided the overwhelming emails and phone calls in support of our West Grey Police and not in support of OPP costing or any additional, any funding being put towards OPP costing. I'm representative of our citizens, and I'm very much supporting that this motion does not go through. Thank you very much.
Final comments then, Councillor Shea, and I am going to Clerk Scharbeck for the recorded vote once you've completed.
Actually, I'm fine, Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Councillor Shea. Okay, Clerk Scharbeck, recorded vote has been requested by Mayor Robinson, and the floor is yours.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, moved by Councillor Hergert and seconded by Councillor Townsend. That the motion to include $80,000 in the 2022 budget for a police costing consultant be amended by adding that West Grey Council shall pay for the OPP police costing consultant up to $80,000 from the general levy year-end surplus from 2021 and the general capital reserves if necessary. And I'll call for the vote. Councillor Hutchinson.
Not in favor.
Councillor Hergert.
Councillor Hergert, yes.
Councillor Hamilton.
Yes.
Mayor Robinson.
Not in favor.
Councillor Townsend.
Councillor Townsend in favor.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson.
Not in favor.
Counselor Shay,
Yes.
and that motion is carried. So now we're on to the main motion, and there's a recorded vote called. So the main motion will be that council hereby accepts the recommendation to include $80,000 in the 2022 budget for a police costing consultant, and that West Grey Council shall pay for the OPP police costing consultant up to $80,000 from the general levy year-end surplus from 2021 and the general capital reserves if necessary. And Mayor Robinson called for a recorded vote. So Councillor Hamilton, how do you vote?
Yes.
Councillor Townsend?
Councillor Townsend in favor?
Mayor Robinson?
Not in favor.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson?
Not in favor.
Councillor Shay?
Yes.
Councillor Hutchinson?
Not in favor.
Councillor Hargart?
Yes.
And that motion is carried. So I think Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, we're back to your motion to include costing if necessary for police services consultant and to proceed with a survey.
Yeah, so exactly. So what I'd like to do is have staff work with the West Grey Police Services Board to get costing, if there is even one. We don't know that, and that's the biggest part here I'm not aware of, and I'd like that for clarity. Get a price if there's a consultant required from the West Grey Police Services to provide information for the costing, and I'd like to know what that cost is and what that would look like. And I'm also asking that staff reach out to the community. Oh, you let me know when you're ready there, Clerk Shervac. Sorry.
Hold on.
I thought we had the bulk of this down.
So Deputy Mayor, that staff be directed to work with the Police Services Board to determine costs for a consultant, if required, to address the work related to the OPP police costing process.
Yes, that captures that.
And that
Staff engages with the community, whether it be through a survey, for the community's input on this OPP costing and their support or non-support for the West Grey Police, I guess, services. Thank you.
And I want to say that I am accepting the chair back to have it transferred back to me. This is a different motion. And so as the deputy can speak to it. Procedurally correct, Clerk Sherback? Is a question?
I guess the chair's passed back to you at this point. It's 11:19 a.m.
Thank you very much. So we'll just continue with you putting the wording down for the motion that the deputy mayor is proposing. We'll await the language and for you to read it back.
Through you, Mayor Robinson, just confirm with Deputy Mayor. I have that staff work with the Police Services Board to determine costs for a consultant, if required, to address the work related to the OPP police costing process, and that staff engages with the community through a survey for the community's input on the OPP costing, and is it future support for the West Grey Police Services? Is that your intention?
Yes. Yes, to show their support or non-support, I guess, for West Grey Police Services.
I guess if the survey is to determine the community's input on whether to go with OPP or with West Grey Police, then we would need to have that costing first. I'm just wondering, just so we're clear on what we're doing with the survey, and perhaps CAO Johnson could assist me with this, but I'm a little confused about the timing is all.
Madam CAO, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Robinson, and thank you, Clerk. I'm also pondering the steps that we need to take in what order. Council will recall that there was a motion directive to staff to develop a memorandum of understanding with West Grey Police. So that project is still on my to-do list. Following that, I was going to proceed with the OPP costing request because that's the sequence of these directives. And then now today's directive to consult with the community would be the third step if I just go in chronological order. Not sure if that's logical, but that's the way the motions and directives were decided. So that would be my logic in my next steps.
Madam Clerk.
Through Mayor, thank you for that, CAO. I think that's where I was headed. I appreciate your clarity. I'm wondering, Deputy Mayor, if the second portion of your motion could be and that perhaps following the receipt of full information regarding the costs, or perhaps following the costing information, that staff proceed with a survey, because the community is going to need that information to answer any questions, right?
Yeah, I'm fine with that, Clerk. I still think this whole process is backwards. I think we should have engaged with the community first, made that decision from what the constituents or the taxpayers are asking us to do as their representatives at this in this meeting, or this decision, if you will. And then I think we needed to move on to these other things. But I think we're putting the question at the tail end of it. And that's where I don't understand this process at all. I think we should have engaged first, taken the input from the community, and then move forward with what the majority of them wanted. That's where my confusion is. But I'll leave it at that, and thank you very much.
So just for clarity, Mayor Robinson, did you request a recorded vote on this?
Yes, I'd like a recorded vote on this, please.
Okay, so I have the mover, Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, but I missed the seconder.
There isn't one at this time. I believe that we're just working through the language of it.
So at this point in time, I have moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson that staff work with the Police Services Board to determine costs for a consultant, if required, to address the work related to the OPP costing police costing process, and that following the receipt of costing information from the OPP and the Police Services Board, staff engages with the community through a survey for the community's input on the OPP costing and future support for West Grey Policing Services.
Okay, so I do see the Deputy Mayor is really great with the language that you put forward, the really great language you put forward, Madam Clerk, for going through all of that. I'm looking for a seconder, and I'll look for a seconder with a raised hand, and that is Councillor Hutchinson as the seconder. Now I'll deal with comments or questions, and that is Councillor Hergert, then Councillor Hutchinson.
Thank you. I have a question of the West Grey Police Service Board. My question would be, council has asked for the legislated requirements of the service, the costing for that. I have not seen a report back for the legislated or the accessory service that we have provided. We have also asked for the results of the West Grey Police Service Board survey. I have not seen the results from that survey. There is some data that has already been collected, and I would like this council to have that information shared with us. And I think before any discussion about further money for a consultant for the police service board, is that we're looking at the data that's already been collected from the police service board and what information they would provide to our council regarding the legislated requirements and the premium service that we get. I also am curious if the consultant we may hire for undertaking this activity would possibly, likely, probably have a public input and consultation period included in this entire consultation. So I imagine that that would be a normal step of a consultant to have a public meeting, to share the information and data that we have from OPP, as well as our West Grey Police Service. So I think that this entire motion is really, could be done and dealt with in all the other avenues that we have already chosen as council. So council has just found money to do a consultant, to have a consultant, unbiased third party, to bring forward that data to us. And I'm sure that there would be a public input.
Councillor, I'm sorry, but you're off the motion at hand. So we need to stay focused on the motion.
So I'm saying that the motion is duplicative in nature, that really the consultant that we have just hired in the last motion is what is being asked for to do public input. So at this time, I do not see that that would be, again, an additional need, because we're just hiring a consultant in the last motion that we had. So I find the motion duplicative.
Councillor Hutchinson, you're up to speak, and then over to Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, so my first question is there a cost from the OPP side of it? I'm not sure if they would be willing to engage without any costing. So there might be another cost, and maybe that's in part of the motion that Deputy Mayor has mentioned there. But I agree with Councillor Herger that it would have been nice to have maybe some more information from our police board before we even got to this point of doing all this other. So yes, I would prefer working with them than jumping to bringing in someone else to look at it. But anyways, that's where we're at. So that's fine. Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. And actually, Councillor Hergert spoke to the 2 points. I had similar points to Councillor Hergert. So my expectation is that a consultant would engage the community and would package up the information in a way that's digestible for the community. And so I'll just double check with their CAO. Is that something that you would expect to put in the terms of reference for the consultant, or if you could just please comment.
Madam CAO, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Actually, Councillor Hamilton, I hadn't put a whole lot of thought to the contents of the RFP. My initial thinking, though, is that we would be receiving information from the OPP in regards to the cost and the service level that they would provide for our community. I would provide that information to a consultant to compare it to the cost and service level we currently receive from our municipal police force. I wasn't envisioning any community consultation. It's just a data review, analysis, and report back. Hard facts.
Thank you, CAO. Okay, and so I was imagining that once we have information, there'd be an opportunity to like a public meeting or a survey, that kind of thing. So it's something to consider. Is that RFP description coming back to Council, CEO Johnston? Is that like another step down the road? And when would we make the decision to go out for an RFP? Do we wait until we receive the OPP costing? That's another question. Thank you.
Madam CAO, please.
Through you, Mayor Robinson, I haven't had much time. I mean, this directive came December 21st, so
Yeah.
I haven't had much time to put together a work plan.
Yes.
I would propose that we receive the OPP costing. I don't know how far out they're working from requests that they may have in the queue already. My understanding is that there is no cost at the moment to receive the costing from the OPP. Part of their work would include some community component, apparently, but I don't know that for certain. So I would wait until we had the data from the OPP so that I could provide that to a consultant, and then they would know how much work that they need to bid on to give us their analysis.
Okay, thank you, CEO. So it sounds like the
Excuse me, Councillor Hamilton, before you go any
Yes.
further, and I do
Yep.
apologize, I just want to have recognition that Madam Clerk would like to speak.
Oh, yes.
And then you still have the mic, obviously. Madam Clerk, please.
Through Mayor, I don't need to interrupt Councillor Hamilton. I can speak to this afterwards.
Okay. Please
Thank
proceed,
you.
Councillor Hamilton, then.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I appreciate that. So if I understand the sequence, and I recognize to our CAO, this happened just before Christmas holidays, and here we are. But the sequence would be receiving info from the OPP costing, and then at that point, based on the information received, you'd have a better parameters for what the needs of the consultant would be, and then at that point, you'd go out for a consultant. So it sounds like we're earmarking money from funding from the reserves or surplus for consultant. We're not going out for consultant today. We're going to wait and get that OPP costing first, and then there's money available should council pursue a consultant. Am I thinking about that the right way, CEO Johnston?
Madam CAO.
Yes, through you, Mayor Robinson, I think that's what I'm thinking as well, Councillor Hamilton.
Okay, thank you. Now that helps clarify things with me. It's really one step at a time, but we know the means for funding a consultant. We've earmarked those. Okay, thank you. That helps. And then my other thought is we have a decision before council, which we've made on a council agenda. Should the police board wish to engage a consultant, that's a police board decision on a police board agenda. I don't think that's a discussion that needs to be on our table today. And I do question why we would need two consultants. The consultant is to be objective, third party, and have the expertise and experience. And so it doesn't make sense to me that we'd both have consultants. So for that reason, that this is a council decision we're making today, I don't think this motion needs to be on the floor today. Thank you.
Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through you. I had the same concern that we seem to be moving ahead on actions that the Police Services Board should be dealing with. And we have been told on numerous occasions from the board that we should not give direction to them and we should not interfere with their operations. So I have a similar ilk as Councillor Hamilton from that perspective. The other thing is we have asked for service reviews and we have had 3 done, not 2. We've had 3 done over the last 12 to 14 months. There were 2 for the admin area and admin, I mean in total staff, Madam CAO, not to distinguish. And we have had 1 for the library. Not once did we do a survey and ask for input prior to doing that because we had no information. We had no answers. We had nothing to share. We have been open here. We have been very open here to say the intent of why we're doing it. So from my perspective, why a different procedure here? Is it because those that don't agree with it are still trying to defer it, still trying to delay it? I don't know that, but I can't think of another viable reason, to use your words, Madam Mayor, why we are speaking for the Police Services Board and why we're trying to put things in front of actually getting the costing. It is a service review. It is a service costing review. We will see that and we will decide. The second thing is when you go to the public, you normally go because you're about to make a decision that will change fairly significantly. We have not gone for any decisions we've made for the staffing. We will go. That was in the original statements we made on December 21st. Before any decision, should there be an indication that we should go, which has not been made, the discussion here seems to be everyone's assuming we're going to go there. No one has said that. That's a 6-month window after the costing and the full analysis is done. We may know partway through that schedule that the preliminary information we get means we're not going to do that. We do not have an intent at this time to go there. We've stated that. I don't know what else we can say. The other thing is I do not want to put a precedent for a different process when we want to do a service review for any area. And that's what we would be doing. So I definitely would not be supporting this. If the Police Services Board comes back and says, we've done our homework, it's an $80,000 work disruption to our workload, they have two choices. They can look at where they can fund it within their own world, or they can come to council for additional funding. If it's 20,000, it may be a different answer. We don't know that. They need to decide that before we start speaking on their behalf. So I will not be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, and then I'm going to ask the clerk to read the motion again.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Robinson. All I'm trying to do with this notice of motion is to identify one. Our police are policing our community and keeping us safe. If there's a additional workload put on them, because when the consultant comes in for the OPP costing and it's going to pull away from the services provided to keep our community safe, that's what I'm trying to identify here. I'm not trying to change the process. I'm not trying to give direction. I want to identify if there's a cost to the police services, whether they need to hire somebody part-time to prepare whatever the OPP costing is going to require. That's what I'm trying to identify here, so we do not interrupt the level of service to the community. That's what this is about. It's not about trying to change everything around. If they need help and it's 60,000, we need to know about that and have that in during the council debate around the budget. That's what I'm trying to get to. You've already identified it's an unknown number, and all I'm asking is for some input from the police services back to the staff so that we kind of know what the number is we're looking over there. We can't just say, well, it's yours, that's your problem, deal with it. I'm not trying to get into those weeds there. I just want to know, is there a financial impact to the police services? And I want to have that identified. That's where I'm going with this, because obviously it's been identified that the corporation is going to need help to come in to do some work for them. So I'm going to say that I believe the police will be in the same position. Thank you. And I am going to stay focused on the fact that we need all the numbers, the true numbers, to pass this in the budget.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, could you read back the motion and then I'll go to Councillor Shea. I see his hand up, but I'd like the motion at hand read back. Thank you.
Through Mayor, moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson and seconded by Councillor Hutchinson, that staff work with the Police Service Board to determine costs for consultants, if required, to address the work related to the OPP police costing process, and that following the receipt of costing information from the OPP and the Police Services Board, staff engages with the community through a survey for the community's input on the OPP costing and future support for West Grey Police Services.
Thank you for reading it back. Councillor Shea.
Thank you. I agree with the comments about meddling with the police board's agenda and independence. I think that our staff took the initiative when asked to prepare to invite this costing from the OPP. Our staff took the initiative to reach out to other communities to find out what best practices were on how to manage this process, and came back with a recommendation that said, based on research in other communities and recent historical facts, hiring an independent third-party consultant was highly advised, and therefore made that recommendation to us today. If the board does a similar research and finds that other boards have hired a second consultant and gotten additional funding from their municipality, then I would think that our board would take an initiative like that. But we have no indication that that's the best practice among police boards or existing police services. So I think we're jumping the gun by sort of offering to fund an expense which has not been demonstrated as being needed. It's just being imagined, in the deputy mayor's words. I was a little surprised that the CAO indicated that, and I guess this is the way things work in the admin and municipal world, that you weren't prepared to start the OPP costing process until the MOU is complete. Those seem like totally separate projects to me. And my thinking was that the starting of the OPP costing was a letter to the OPP, which would take weeks to get a response from. So I would have thought that we could start the OPP costing process sort of right away. And then I assume that a lot of the responsibility is on them to sort of get things organized. So I would encourage you, I'm not going to dictate or make a motion to this effect, but I would just encourage you to consider having those two processes operate in parallel, Madam CAO. But the fact that this motion does seem to impinge on the police board's independence concerns me. So I don't think I can support it. I do like the initiative of the deputy mayor to do public consultation. You said in the form of survey. I'm not sure a survey would fully capture the public consultation. I think town hall meetings, perhaps mediated by a professional mediator, would be a better way or an additional way. But I do think that those consultations with the public do have to happen after we've gathered a number of facts for them to consider. So for those reasons, respectfully, I don't think I'll be supporting your motion, Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
I'm not seeing any other hand up, so over to you, Clerk Scharbeck, for the recorded vote, please.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I think everybody's clear on the resolution. Is that correct?
If you could read it, please.
Okay. Moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, seconded by Councillor Hutchinson. The staff work with the Police Services Board to determine costs for a consultant, if required, to address the work related to the OPP police costing process, and that following the receipt of costing information from the OPP and the Police Services Board, staff engages with the community through a survey for the community's input on the OPP costing and future support for the West Grey Police Services. So Mayor Robinson has called for a recorded vote. We'll start with Councillor Hutchinson. How do you vote?
In favor.
Councillor Hergert?
Councillor Hergert, no.
Councillor Hamilton?
No.
Mayor Robinson?
In favor.
Councillor Townsend?
Councillor Townsend, not in favor.
Deputy Mayor Hutchinson?
In favor.
Councillor Shea?
No.
That motion is defeated.
Okay. We are now, I believe, moving on to another budget request. Oh, Councillor Hergert, your hand is up.
Yes, thank you. I would like to provide direction to staff, similar to what Councillor Shea said. He wouldn't move a motion about it, but I do want the letter to go to OPP requesting a costing, and I would like to make that motion directing staff to send the letter.
Okay, Clerk Scharbeck, if you could yes, you had your hand up. Please go ahead, Clerk Scharbeck.
Thank you, Mayor. There is a resolution from our last meeting directing staff to proceed with the OPP costing. So staff will be proceeding with the OPP costing as soon as time allows.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if you wanted something in addition to that, or if that would satisfy.
I most certainly respect that staff have just received this late December, but obviously a timeline starts from the moment that we initiate that conversation with the OPP. So I can that letter go out this week? Is that what we would expect, or is it weeks away?
Madam CAO, are you able to provide a response? And then if nothing further, I'm going to move on to the next budget request item.
Through Mayor Robinson, I will advise council when the letter has been sent. It will be in the coming days.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're now moving on to the next budget request. This is a proposed addition to the budget dealing with the FCM Green Fund. Over to you, Director Mighton, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, CAO report 04-22. Looking for direction on whether to, and providing an update on the FCM funding application for waste diversion and feasibility study.
Madam CAO, as this is within your portfolio purview, do you have anything to add?
Through Mayor Robinson, this is it's actually serving two purposes. As the director had noted, it's to report back on the FCM program. And you'll note in here that council has already allocated $25,000 to do a waste diversion study. Staff are not recommending that we stack grants as a treasurer's language, which is very clear, very plain language. So if council would like us to pursue the FCM route instead, then the modernization funding could be allocated to something else, but we would require $10,000 in a tax levy increase to be able to match the funds from FCM. So there's two options to have this work funded.
Thank you. Two options. How does council wish to proceed? Councillor Hutchinson, please.
Yeah, so my suggestion would be that we go use the modernization funds, just because for $10,000, it seems like a fair bit of work, staff time put into applying for a grant for $10,000 when, you know, potentially we have the money that could fund it. So I think we could save ourselves a bit of work there. Thank you.
So I'm clear. Are you moving that as a motion, or?
I would make a motion to that, yes.
Okay, so with that, Clerk Scharbeck, we're looking for the language. If you could have that prepared for us, read that back, and I'll be looking for a seconder. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Robinson. I'll just confirm with Director Mighton that this suits what she needs. That $10,000 be allocated from the modernization funding for a waste diversion feasibility study.
Director Mighton?
Was it for just the modernization? So then we'd use the $25,000 allocated from modernization funding and not pursue the FCM funding. Is that the direction? I think. Councillor Hutchinson.
Councillor Hutchinson.
I was just reading here that that advise that if council prefers to not allocate tax levy funds, then the modernization funds be used for the study, and West Grey does not participate in the FCM program. So it says on the sheet before that there's 10,000 grant, 10,000 levy. So I'm not sure what that grant was, whether that came out of the modernization one. So it'd be 20,000 total. I'm not sure how
Director Mighton. Yeah.
Yeah. So the FCM funding, if we apply for, if the project is $20,000, we would be potentially eligible for a $10,000 grant, but we have to match those dollars with 10,000. It's only a 50% grant. So if you want us to go down that road with FCM, then we need $10,000. If we don't want to do FCM, council had previously allocated $25,000 of municipal modernization funding. towards the waste feasibility study. And then we don't need tax levy dollars. We would use that and not pursue the FCM funding.
Right. So that's the direction I wanted to move, is that we do not pursue FCM funding just because of we have the funds and there's a fair bit of time involved in applying for a grant. So.
Thank you for that clarification, Councillor Hutchinson. Over to you, Clerk Sherbuck, for the reading of the motion at your convenience.
To you, Your Worship. I'm wondering, Councillor Hutchinson, if I could confirm with you and Director Mighton that this is appropriate, that the waste diversion feasibility study be fully funded by modernization funding. Is that clear? We're not adding 10,000 to the levy. We're fully funding it. Is it, do you want an amount, Director Mighton?
Director Mighton, please.
Through you, Mayor. The previous amount allocated when we had previously allocated the modernization funds already had an amount, so that's fine. It gives the direction to just continue down that road.
Perfect. So that's moved by Councillor Hutchinson.
Just so I'm very clear and everybody else, would you mind just reading that back, and then I'll look for a seconder on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Moved by Councillor Hutchinson, that the waste diversion feasibility study be fully funded by modernization funding.
Thank you. And Councillor Hutchinson, you're fine with the wording?
Okay.
Great. I'm looking for a seconder, but with a hand up, Deputy Mayor. All right, now over to questions or comments on the motion. I see an electronic hand for Councillor Hutchinson. Do you wish to speak to your motion? Okay, over to you, Councillor Townsend then.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was also going to ask for some clarification. I know that FCM applications can sometimes be burdensome, and I wondered, is this one simpler just because of the magnitude and the type of request, or is it actually something that we can proceed with that application?
Okay,
I'm not sure who would answer that, so.
Director Mighton, would you respond, or Madam CAO? I'm not sure which staff person. I'll start with Director Mighton.
Sure. Yeah, it's the steps are outlined in there, and we won't proceed until we get all those approvals in place with the project. But it's a step process, and we have to wait, and it can be several months before we hear. But it would just be one of the things that we would do if that's the avenue that you want us to go down.
Madam CAO, was there anything further you wish to add, as this was through your budget request?
No, thank you, Mayor Robinson. That's great.
Good. Over to you, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you. Just to follow up to that. So is there any compelling reason to move quickly, or could we wait? And I'm not suggesting we do. I'm just saying that if there's an opportunity to get a grant, we should always look for it, be prudent with expenses again, and we could use the modernization funds for elsewhere, and Lord knows we have enough reasons to use them. So I'm just sort of throwing that question out as well.
Timing, through you, Madam Mayor, timing of urgency is at Council's direction. And if we need FCM, we do need $10,000 of levy dollars. That's the only other option there.
Anything further?
Yeah, one follow-up, if you don't mind, Madam Mayor. I'm assuming there's no fee to apply, and there's no urgency to it. And I guess it's up to staff from an operational perspective as to whether there's, as I said before, compelling reasons that mean we need to move sooner than later because of circumstances. We know we have issues of filling landfills. I don't dispute that. And I think everyone knows that, but is that something that we should move critically, or just wait the period of time for FCM? I just hate to see a grant opportunity go by just because we think it might take too long.
Director Mighton, did you have a good, Madam CAO? I think this is best because I think it's a council decision, but
yes,
Madam CAO, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Councillor Townsend, you raise a very time honored question in my mind, you know, what is the timeline? What is the urgency? I would just remind council that we do need to look at our landfill. We had made some changes to some operational hours. We have done a temporary seasonal closure for the Normanby site. So I do feel that there is some time pressures to get this work started, because this would tie into an overall bigger picture of how we manage our waste portfolio. As council is aware, I'm a little strapped with staff resources. So, you know, getting an RFP out there and having someone assist us with that, using whichever way you'd like to fund it is entirely your decision. But this too is something that I wouldn't let just sit, because we do have that spring timeline that I'd like to have some recommendations to bring back to council.
Okay, the last comment is that based on staff's responses, I would also support that motion. Thank you.
Okay, go with first time speakers. I'm going to go to Councillor Hamilton at this point. And Councillor Townsend, if you're okay to remove your electronic hand, it would be appreciated.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. And so at this time, the motion reads $25,000 from the modernization grant, I think is the track run. Okay. So I just wanted to check in. When Public Works Director reported on this a year ago, it was estimated that it could cost $10,000 to $60,000 at that time to do a diversion study. And at that time, council did give direction that the waste diversion study be completed pending successful funding from the FCM Green Municipal Fund. And we allocated, I guess we ended up allocating $25,000 from the modernization grant. So I'm just concerned that we did have direction a year ago from council to pursue the grant. The grant's a matching grant. So, you know, had we been putting in $25,000 and we're matched successfully, that's now a $50,000 pot. I'm just not confident. I'm a little concerned that that we didn't go ahead with the FCM application in the past year. And then my second concern is $25,000 enough to do what we need to do? So those are my two lobbies over to our CEO. Thank you.
Madam CEO, please.
Through you, Mayor Robinson, Councillor Hamilton, all I can share is that the information that I received is that it's an estimated $20,000 study. So, you know, I can't speak to the gap in the past year, but you know, the current information, and I don't know if the Director of Finance was involved in receiving these estimates, but I have $20,000 as the cost that we would need to do this study. So we're ready to go either way.
Okay, thank you. And I suppose if you go out for RFP and it comes back way higher, well, then you come back to council and say, hey, it didn't work out. We have to look at this again, right? Okay, thank you.
Okay, speakers, Councillor Hutchinson, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I'd just like to clarify. I think our Director of Finance said that we'd be double stacking if we apply for FCM grant on top of using the municipal modernization grant. So that's one negative I see. The other thing is I was concerned with staff time and effort, and that was one of the reasons for my motivation. And the other one is I was trying to save $10,000. If you remember, we started out at 7.7%. We added $60,000 for our deputy chief, fire chief. We've added $80,000 now for an OPP study. So we're going the wrong way. We need to go the other way and get this budget down, not up. So that's another motivation, is to get some of this money off of the levy. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak before we call the question? Councillor Hamilton, your hand's up.
Oh, thanks, Mayor Robinson. Can the Director of Finance just remind me, because I just forget, how come you're not allowed to grant stack? Like, sometimes I'll look at other organizations and they'll show very proudly all the different grants they've received, federal, provincial, whatever. How come we can't use provincial money to apply for federal money? What makes it different for us? Thank you.
Director Mighton.
It depends on the type of grants that you're using, and they'll specifically say if it's, you know, that you can't go a maximum federal contribution from all sources of federal funding of X%. So it depends on the individual grants that we're looking at trying to use and allocate. So if an organization is using 15% of gas tax funding, that's federal funding, and then they're using enabling accessibility fund, and that's another 15%. They're still only at the below the 50% if that's the maximum federal contribution total. So it just depends on the individual types of grants that you're applying for and what the details are.
Okay. I'm not seeing anybody else. Clerk Sherbert, could you read the motion and then I'll call the vote?
Through Mayor Robinson, moved by Councillor Hutchinson and seconded by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, that the waste diversion feasibility study be fully funded by modernization funding.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 7 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. Okay, we are now moving on to the next budget request. Over to you again, Director Mighton.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. So the first one deals with fire on the capital side. And it is looking at the replacement of the self-contained breathing apparatus for also of 3 of our stations, as well as the breathing air compressor. So that is included in the BRF FRS-01-22. The net impact of the levy amount, it's looking at using some development charges, some general capital reserves, and a portion from the tax levy so that there's not a significant demand year over year from the tax levy to achieve that project.
Thank you. Chief Schwartz, as this is your budget request, do you have anything to add?
Just that the air packs, I believe I wrote it down in the request, they're coming up to their 15-year lifespan. We have had a couple fail in the last year. We've had to do computers on. Computers are just under $4,000 per pack. If we don't change the packs out now, we definitely have to redo the bottles. They all expire this year. And we need approximately 70 to 80 bottles or cylinders. Those are the cylinders that go on the back. And they run anywhere from $1,500 to $2,000 a piece. So we are using a 2216. That's 2,200-pound cylinder. We're going to go to a 45. So we have to change the air packs out too as they're coming to their end of their life. And West Grey is the only fire department, I believe, in Grey County that still uses a 2,200-pound cylinder. Everybody else has gone to 45. So if there's a major fire like Durham Furniture or something like that, we call them mutual aid. Our equipment is not compatible with theirs. The idea of the air compressor is the air compressor has to go up to a 6,000-pound air compressor and cascade system in order to fill the bottles. So that's basically it in a nutshell.
Thank you, Chief Schwartz. Appreciate the detailed comments on that. Now we'll go to the members of council. Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and I would gladly move that we accept this report as presented and add it to the, well, it's actually already in the 2022, but put it into the budget as presented. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk Sherbert for the motion here, please. If you could just wordsmith that and read that back then.
Through Mayor, moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson that I guess that the capital budget request for $480,795 for the replacement of SCBA and breathing air compressor be approved.
Okay, Deputy Mayor has indicated that the language is fine. As a seconder, Councillor Hutchinson, I'm just going to suggest, Councillor Hutchinson, are you seconding, or was there going to be a question of clarity? I want to make sure. Are you seconding first?
But I would like to make an amendment if I could.
Thank you. So you're identifying that you're seconding. I didn't hear that.
Yes.
Okay. And what was it that you were looking to amend the motion with?
I'd like to amend, but I'd also like to ask the Director of Finance, is there any way that we can take another 59,112 out of reserves so that it doesn't hit the levy? I agree that these apparatus are important. I'd like to see our firefighters up to date with their equipment, but I would be curious to know whether we could amend this so that we could take another almost 60,000 out of reserve somewhere to help get our levy down.
Director Mighton?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, the reason why we left some tax levy in there was looking at next year's budget. If we go down that full amount, you're automatically going to need that next year. There's going to be another pressure. So yes, you can do it. But the caution was that we're already $24,000 lower tax levy support in the fire department. So to add on another 60, and we also have just used additional reserves potentially for other costings. And in total, we're using 1.6 million of various discretionary reserves in this budget. And you're putting $95,000 in. So yes, you could do it, but you are restricting yourself in future budget years because we're not replenishing these funds into reserves as quickly as we're depleting them. So it's just something to be aware of if you want to make that decision. The general capital reserve would have $60,000 in there, but again, you're reducing your annual levy support for the fire department capital by a further $60,000 then.
So over to you, Councillor Hutchinson.
Can I respond to that? So yes, I understand where you're coming from, Carrie, but I also understand that we're in the middle of a pandemic. I would hope that next year we're still not in the middle of a pandemic, and that we start to move forward. And the other option is if we don't do something to get our tax levy down, we're going to be going to the public with a 9-10% budget increase. And are they going to be very happy about that? So I think, devil if we do and devil if we don't, we have to come up with some funds somewhere. And to me, it's going to have to be reserves. Reserves are there for emergencies, and I think we're in an emergency. So that's my thoughts.
Okay, so are you amending the motion then? Oh, first over to Clerk Sharback for the clarity. Thank you.
Mayor Robinson, I'm wondering if this seems like two very different questions to me, and I'm wondering if the question on the floor to include the budget request for that amount and the idea of the replacement of the equipment is one question, and how it's funded may be better as a second motion rather than an amendment to this motion, if that's council's wish.
Okay.
Yeah. So if I may, Mayor, I'm
You've
fine.
got the mic. Go ahead.
I'm fine. I can leave the amendment for now, and maybe some other councillors would like to speak, but we do need to find some money somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and through you to Councillor Hutchinson. I couldn't agree more that, yeah, we're going in the wrong direction with this budget here, but I think one thing that we do have the opportunity to revisit, Councillor Hutchinson, so if we want to identify possibly looking at reserves for any of the items that have come today or anywhere throughout the agenda, we are going to have that opportunity to revisit that. So if you're good with that, I'd like to just leave this proceeded the way it is, and we can get back to it at a later time or the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Is there any other questions or comments? Clerk Sharback, then could you read the motion at hand, and then I will call the vote. Thank you.
Mayor Robinson, moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson and seconded by Councillor Hutchinson, that the capital budget request for $480,795 for the replacement of SCBA and breathing air compressor be approved.
All those in favor indicate with the raised hand. 7 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. This motion is carried. Okay, I'm not seeing any other motion we're dealing with. So over to you, Director Mighton.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. The next budget request form is on the Infrastructure and Public Works 04-22, and that is for a 1-ton dump truck. And it is being funded partly from development charges and $24,750 from the tax levy. So that is the next item there on that report.
Thank you. How does council wish to deal with this request? Councillor Hamilton?
I'll move the staff recommendation.
Okay. Clerk Sharbuck, could you read what the motion would be, and then I'll look for a seconder.
Mayor Robinson, moved by Councillor Hamilton. That capital budget request IPW-04-22 for a 1-ton dump truck is hereby approved.
Okay, is there a seconder? Councillor Townsend. All right, comments or questions? Councillor Hergert.
I only have one question. Is this the extent of the asset management that's required for Public Works this year?
Director Mighton, and if we need to follow through over to the.
When you say extent of the, like, is this in line with our?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is a new, we had started 3 years ago ish with 1-ton dump trucks. So this isn't a replacement vehicle. This is, we've got 2 depots that have the 1-ton vehicles. So this would be a third. What the intention was when the previous director had started it was that eventually all 4 depots would have access to a 1-ton vehicle, the various efficiencies, and instead of having to take out a full size dump truck, they could take a 1-ton for patching or gravel items. But so this isn't a replacement vehicle. This is a new vehicle, but it was in the original schedule that one of the former directors had provided.
So my question, pardon me, my internet's a little glitchy, so I'm sorry if I'm just right over top of you there. So I guess my next question would be, then we don't have any maintenance or fuel or any of those items budgeted for this vehicle? That would be in addition to the purchase price, is that right?
So yeah, through you, Mayor, instead of taking a large full-size double axle dump truck out to do the same work, they would take a smaller 1-ton pickup instead. So it's that kind of, not additional cost that way. There will be additional licensing as far as to put the license on the vehicle, that type of thing. But otherwise, it's the operating of it is kind of swapped out with, instead of having to take the larger vehicle for a smaller job.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. I'm wondering if someone can respond to the fact that it says the original plan for the fleet was to have a 1-ton truck at each Public Works depot. I'm wondering, is it the fact that it's not there, is it creating an issue or deferring the provision of service or adding cost, or like none of that is mentioned? It just says that was a plan, but I'm not seeing that plan here. I can't really comment on that. So that's why I'm asking the question.
Madam CAO.
Mayor Robinson, thank you, Councillor. I think what Director Mighton had outlined, this is part of that plan that a previous director had brought to as a replacement plan. So by approving this, we're actually realizing some efficiencies by not using equipment that's not properly suited or fitted to the job at hand. So this is actually part of that plan is to find those efficiencies.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anything further from our council members? Let me see. Councillor Shay, please.
Yes, I'm maybe perhaps asking the same question in different words. So we have a plan for vehicle assets in Public Works. This is being undertaken per that plan. Is the plan otherwise being followed and up to date? Or are there other deficiencies with that original plan that still need to be addressed?
I'll go to Director Mighton and then back to Madam CAO.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. Yes, this continues along with that plan. And it's this area, the 1 tons was the only sort of area that had been added that all of them didn't have. The rest we're following. We've got the graders, the plow trucks that are being rotated through, and the regular pickup trucks that are being rotated through according to the plan.
Great. So we are following the plan and we are up to date with the plan. Great. Thank you.
Madam CAO, did you want to add anything before I go on to the next speaker? Nope. Okay. Over to you, Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, I think we've purchased a couple of 1-ton trucks in the last few years. I sort of see this as a want so much as a need. I was going to suggest that we defer this, put it off for a year. I know there is a plan out there to replace vehicles, but like I say, we have to make some cuts somewhere, and this would save 25,000 on the levy plus the reserve. So I was going to suggest that we push this off for a year if we can.
Oh, Councillor, okay, so I'm not clear. Are you moving a motion or not at this stage? Just, I need to have clarity.
I could make a motion to defer the, I'm not sure if that's the right word, defer, but to not fund the 1-ton truck this year.
Thank you. Over to you, Madam Clerk, for the language, and then I'd look for a seconder.
So at this point, there is a motion on the floor to approve $90,000 for the 1-ton truck. So to not approve it would be just to vote against that motion.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Okay. And the reason I came to you, Madam Clerk, not only for our council, but anybody listening in, because the councillor used the word defer. That's why I wanted that procedural comment, so.
It could be moved that the purchase be deferred to a future budget, but that does put us in a different term of council. So it may be best just to vote on the one at hand. I'm not sure if Director Mighton would provide further clarity on that piece.
Director Mighton?
I concur with the clerk. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So Councillor Hutchinson, there's no motion, or is there a motion that you're dealing with? So I'm clear. Okay. All right. So we're dealing with the main motion at hand. All right. Any other questions or comments? Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Well, just thinking about, it sounds like we'll achieve efficiencies by using the right size vehicle for jobs. And so over the lifetime of this vehicle, I'm fairly confident we'll, it's $25,000 a levy now, but I would expect that we realize savings at least that much over the lifetime of the vehicle. So I think it's a sound investment now for all our future budgets to come. And we're always balancing this year's budget with putting more pressures on future budgets. And at $25,000, it seems quite reasonable, and it's following our plan. So I'll continue to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Just one thing I'd like to share with Madam CEO now that that portfolio is in her office is, I know in speaking with other municipalities that sit up at Grey County, they've had extremely good success in working with the county. The county does rotate their vehicles a lot more frequently than what we would at the lower tier. They have a fantastic PM schedule, so it may be worth our while from West Grey to get on their hot sheets as their equipment is rotating. Again, their frequencies are a lot more than what we would be here. And there's some very good opportunities that do come up. You know, instead of trading in, they've offered them out. And I can say that I know for a fact that, well, Grey Highlands in particular and Chatsworth both benefit, and they were very happy with the equipment. And again, the PM schedule they have there, you're getting a well-maintained vehicle coming in. So it's just food for thought for future, that if we find some of these bigger, higher ticket items, they may have a solution for us up there. It could save us a tremendous amount of money. Thank you.
Is there any other speakers? Clerk Scharbeck, if you could read the motion, and I will call the vote.
Through you, Mayor, moved by Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Townsend, that capital budget request IPW 04-22 for $90,000 for a 1-ton dump truck is hereby approved.
Deputy Mayor, if you could remove your electronic hand. All those in favor, I'm looking for raised hands. All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. Two, three. All those opposed? 4. The motion loses. 4 members of council voted in opposition. 3 members of council voted in favor. The motion is lost. Over to you, Director Mighton. Next budget request.
Just updating my schedule of changes. Just a second. There we go.
Yes. And then we would be looking for an overall update at your convenience, but I know we're moving on to the next request.
Yep. Okay, so this is that. So the next item that we have is IP W0622. So this is the Durham Road urbanization, sort of phase 1 of this project. It will be.
Excuse me, Director. Would this not be the IP 0522 first?
This one. Oh, sorry, I flipped my sheet too soon. Sorry, you're correct. I stand corrected.
No worries.
Yep. So single axle plow in there. So that, yeah, single axle plow truck replacement. So this is replacement of the current 2006 single axle that's in the Durham depot, and looking at replacing it with a used vehicle as well.
Madam CAO, did you have anything further that you wanted to add with regard to this request?
No, not at the moment, Mayor Robinson.
Okay,
Thank you.
over to members of council for questions or comments, etc. Over to you, Councillor Townsend.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to move that we approve IPW 0522. And my logic there is just the fact that we're going to spend as much in repairing, you know, a 5-year-old vehicle. That doesn't make sense. Thank you.
Well, thank you too. So we'll look to the clerk to read back the motion. And then based on that, I would be looking for a seconder with a raised hand.
Through you, Mayor Robinson, moved by Councillor Townsend, that capital budget request IPW-05-22 for $50,000 for a single axle plow truck replacement is hereby approved.
I'm looking for a seconder with a raised hand. Is there a seconder? Councillor Hutchinson. Okay, questions, comments? I see your electronic hand up. Please go ahead, Councillor Hutchinson.
Yeah, I agree. I think rather than putting $50,000 into repairs, we might as well put $40,000 or $50,000 into buying a secondhand one. My only thoughts were, what about using reserves for this $40,000, since we took $80,000 for the police costing out of our capital year-end reserve? What about maybe taking $40,000 out of that too, or some other place to get this off the levy?
Director Mighton.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the Public Works tax levy support to the capital budget is up about $85,000, which that's the only bit. But yes, again, the same mantra. You can take it from reserve. We're already using a significant amount of reserves, But if you choose to take it from the general capital reserve, recognizing that you're reducing your tax levy support for the capital program. We're only $85,000 up in total over all of our capital in our tax levy support. Otherwise, we're equivalent to last year.
Right. So if I may, Mayor, so
Yes.
saying that we're, taking less, it would take some of our tax levy support for capital, whatever, but that's this year, all right, this year's budget. So next year, if we want to double it or triple it, we can do that, right? Or whoever's in council. If the council wishes to put more into tax levy support for capital, they can do that, right? It's just our decision. Is that correct?
Director Martin?
Yes, correct. It's your decision. And there's less reserves for future councils to rely on to get projects done. So it's either higher taxes or less projects.
Right.
It's entirely discretion of council of the day.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I'm open to ideas. If anybody else has any ideas how we can come up with $300,000 or $400,000 to get this levy down to where it should be, I'm just throwing out ideas. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Shea.
Thanks. The last truck that we didn't approve just a minute ago was being funded partly from levy and partly from reserves, development charge reserves, I think. So what's the logic of doing that one part and part, but doing this one fully on the tax levy?
Director Martin.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. The 1 ton is new equipment that was, there's a portion or a percentage that's growth related. This is a replacement and is not considered growth related in the study. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions, members of council? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. I guess the question through you would go to CAO Johnson. Have you seen some estimates on what this truck needs, CAO? Because I just find it's an astronomical amount of money, 50 grand for an engine in a box, just from my background. I was curious if you've seen something that supports that.
Madam CAO?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. And to Deputy Mayor, I have not seen any estimates, but I do know that this truck, it's older than 5 years old. It was used when we got it in 2016, and it's well used. And I don't know if the director's seen any estimates, but this is the information that staff has provided.
Yeah, I definitely want to go back over to Director Martin now.
Yep. I haven't received estimates. Steve Earhart, our utilities supervisor, has provided this information. But yeah, there's engine and box work. It's a 2006 vehicle. We purchased it used in 2016, but it's an actual 2006 vehicle. But I would assume that Steve's received quotes to have a fairly decent idea of the extent of the work involved. But yeah, we can go that route and see instead. It's just, yeah, we'll still need that tax levy component to get the repairs done, because it's not going to continue to be roadworthy if we don't.
Anything further, Deputy Mayor?
No, that's fine, and I certainly support what you brought forward here. I'm just going to say maybe in the future if we had something to, because again, for a motor, an engine, and a box, just seems like a lot to me. But again, I'm not questioning the ability of the staff or what they brought forward. Just it's hard for me to comprehend that. Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. Just to say you had me at 2006 vehicle. We're not going to invest in a 16-year-old vehicle. So thanks for that detail. I don't think that was in the report, and yeah, you sold me. Thank you. I support.
Is there any other member of council that wishes to speak? Seeing none, Clerk Sherbeck, could you read the motion and then I'll call the vote?
Through Mayor, the motion is that capital budget request IPW 0522 for $50,000 for a single axle plow truck replacement is hereby approved.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 7 members of council have voted in favor. This motion is carried. We're moving on to the next budget request. I'm cognizant on the time. It's 12:29 and we have a stop time of 1 unless there's a motion to go to 1:30. I'm just keeping that in mind for our members of council. Before we go on, Director Mighton, I see Councillor Townsend's electronic hand up. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. You were reading my mind. I wasn't sure we would get through all the water and sewer items by 1 o'clock. So I was going to move a motion that we go beyond curfew to 1:30.
Okay, so why don't we take your motion now, Councillor? I can guarantee I wasn't reading in your mind, and that's just an LOL joke at this time because we're dealing with a lot of detailed stuff. So if you are moving that motion,
yes.
Thank you. Clerk Sherbrooke, could you read back the motion and I'll look for a seconder?
Through Mayor, the motion moved by Councillor Townsend is that council proceeds past curfew to 1 p.m.
To 1:30 p.m.
Oh,
right?
sorry, to 1:30, yes.
Got it. All right, looking for a seconder and I will need a raised hand if you're going to second the motion. Councillor Shea, any questions? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 7 members of council have voted in favor. The motion is carried. All right, very good. We'll go to 1:30 if so necessary. Before we go on to the next budget request, Councillor Hamilton, you have your hand up.
I do. I'm just wondering, Mayor Robinson, it's 12:30. Could we take another 15-minute break just to refresh and then come back for the remainder of the meeting? Would there be support for that?
Well, you know what? I'm going to put that in a motion because it's 12:31. We'd be going to, we've got another hour. So if members of council are interested, forget the hands, please. If you're interested in whether it's a 15-minute break or a 10-minute break, move that motion and I'll look for a seconder and we'll call the vote on it.
Okay, I'd like to move that we take a 10-minute break, please.
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Hergert, any questions? All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 members of council voted in favor of that. So we'll be back at 12:40. Reminder for mics and video off. See you at 12. It is right. Yeah, 12:40. Thank you. Okay, everyone, I have 12:40 by my phone. I wonder if we could have the gallery view. Thank you very much. Just want to make sure, Madam CAO, I will ask, do you have all the staff present? And while you're doing that, I'm just going to double check that we've got the members of council present. Just waiting on Councillor Townsend. And Madam CAO, do you have the staff required? Councillor Townsend, are you present? Okay, we've got Madam Clerk. Do we have Madam CAO and Director of Finance as well? Councillor Townsend and Councillor Shea, can you just identify if you are here audio, please? Okay, thank you, Councillor Townsend. Just making sure that we have everyone, as I'd like to call to order for 12:40, but we're at 12:41 now. Madam Clerk, can you advise if our CAO is also present and our Director of Finance?
Through Mayor, I believe they are, and they might be having some audio difficulty. I'll just check with Mr. Hewlett.
Thank you.
Give me 1 second to follow up on their sound.
Thank you. I see that we've got our CAO and Director of Finance and Treasurer here. The clerk was just double checking on both of your audio and your video to make sure. All right, so we've got 7 members of council present. Madam CAO, you have the staff you require for continuing? Very good, thank you. And so I'll call our meeting back to order. And over to you, Director Mighton. We've got IPW 0622, I believe is the one that we're on. And please take it away.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. You will notice this project does show up in both the public works and the water and sewer portions of our capital budget. It will do the underground work as well as the road work and storm sewers. So that project is in there. It is also dependent on the county. It is since that section is a county road, that they are prepared to move that forward. So we are waiting to hear if that is possible from the county perspective, but just wanted to show it on here as the first phase of that urbanization, so that we can be prepared and in good stead for the continued growth in the upper quadrant there.
Thank you for that. Madam CAO, is there anything that you wish to add before I go to members of council?
No, thank you, Mayor Robinson.
All right, thank you. Members of council, Councillor Hamilton.
Oh, thanks, Mayor Robinson. Could staff just explain urbanization of Durham Road? Like what what does the project entail? Just in real broad strokes. And then I think it says phase 1. How many phases are there? And just very broadly what this project entails. Thank you.
Director Mighton, please.
So it'll be, I think, about a 3-phase project. I believe the engineers are looking at, depending on the level of speed of the new development, the Bruce subdivision. That would sort of goes from there through in front of Sunvale, then down across the highway and down. So there's probably about 3 phases. It would involve upsizing the underground water and sewer to accommodate the additional growth of volume of that coming from the developments, sidewalks, curbs, gutters, and road work.
Anything further, Councillor Hamilton? All right, thank you very much. Councillor Hergert.
Yes, thank you. I was curious if the county knew that we were undertaking this project or contemplating it as part of our budget this year. Is it included in a county request?
Director Mighton.
We have preliminary reached out to the Public Works manager up at the county. They are further along in their budget process, so this wasn't, I don't believe, one of their scheduled projects. So it will need county council approval to move it forward. Not sure if they have funds set aside for the project, whether it's partially development charges for them eligible, or how it may work. But he did indicate that it may be possible, but he'd have to take it to county council.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I would like to go ahead and move a motion to approve WSD 0122 capital Durham water main replacement.
Thank
Pardon
you.
me.
We will go to the clerk for the language of your motion, and then I'll look for a seconder.
Through you, Mayor Robinson, moved by Councillor Hergert, that capital budget request IPW 06-22 for $1,549,221 for Durham Road urbanization, Highway 6 to Bruce Street, Phase 1, be approved.
Thank you. I'd be looking for a seconder with a raised hand, not an electronic hand. Is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson. Okay. Now, just questions or comments with respect to the motion. Councillor Shea.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. So this is one phase, and this is the stretch of road from Joe Kim's down to the restaurant, I understand. So this isn't along front of the new development sections of Durham Road, which is where we're having trouble with school buses, lack of sidewalks and stuff like that. I'm just surprised that we're doing this phase first. Maybe it's because of the plumbing pipes that need to be done most urgently.
Councillor, I do see CBO Shipwreck's hand up, so let's get a response. CBO
Sure.
Shipwreck, please. Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. We did have a conversation with the engineer. This was the section of road that is the bottleneck, the biggest bottleneck for the water and sewer lines. Mainly the sewer lines with a section that is a flat section just off of Garifractus Street, just onto Durham Road. That was the worst section. That was the section that was going to cause any backups in the future. So that was the section that needs to be done first. And that is correct. It is from the Durham Road west portion from Gray Road 4 to just east of Garifractus Street.
Thank you. Councillor Shea, please.
Thank you for that clarification. So this bottleneck is a result of the new development. When the new development agreements were made, were there contributions from the developers to this upgrade? Is that part of what we're seeing here in the development charges, for example?
Director Mayton.
As far as the development charges, that's just the actual development charges that we charge per unit when a new household is in there. It's not from the actual developer, it's from the individual building the home. So a portion of that is growth related because of that urbanization. It does not cover the water sewer sections, but it would cover the sidewalks, the portion of the road. If as far as in the 3 phases, there is this portion that is Grey County for the road and some of the storm, but in the next phases, the road work and the storm and the sidewalks will all be part of the tax levy, or the development charge is eligible for the portion that is growth related.
So the rest of Durham Road is not county, is that right?
Correct. Yeah, just this section.
Okay, well, that makes sense that we're doing this one first. So I thought when the development proposals came forward that consultants did analysis of existing traffic, water capability, a number of engineering sort of studies, and said there is adequate infrastructure to support this development. And so that was part of the decision-making process of going forward with the developments. Was that not the case? Did I miss a step in my recollection?
Director Meiton?
I think in this one, the original development proposal was on a much smaller scale than what the intensification that it's turned out to be, as it has changed hands between owners, between developers, and the intensification has increased. So the actual volume is different than what was originally proposed.
I'm feeling a little bit like we sort of dropped the ball. I think if we knew that development was going in at that intensity, and if we knew that it was going to create a bottleneck on our water system and sewer system, that we would have at that time said to the developers, we need you to take a chunk of this as your responsibility. Is that not typically how these development projects respond to infrastructure bottleneck problems?
Madam CIO, did you want to address this?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm afraid I don't have an answer. I don't know if our CBO has anything that he could offer. I know he's had some conversations. Oh, there's his hand. So if you don't mind, we could go to him.
Certainly. CBO Shipwreck, please.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. That is normally the case, and there was discussions. I wasn't an employee of the municipality at the time those discussions took place between council and the developer of the Sunvale development. So I'm not aware of what that discussion was. It is normally a discussion between the municipality and the developers to decide who pays for what. I know the developers did pay some amount. Director Meiton might know the exact number that they paid, but the council of the day, I guess, can decide whether they would like to, whether they would like to help with the development or not. And then the developer can choose, they negotiate an amount, and whatever that amount was that they paid was what council and staff and the developer negotiated at the time.
But sorry, if I may, and I don't mean to be splitting hairs, it's just this is a complicated issue. Even the later developments, like the Bruce development, had engineering reports that said this will not impact, that there is sufficient capacity, is my recollection. Were you involved in that, Mr. Shipwreck?
Well, there's two different items we're talking about here. Let's just for clarity. So there's capacity in the system to allow for water and sewer. And then there's capacity in the infrastructure to get the water and sewer from the houses to the water plant, the treatment plant, or from the water treatment plant to the house. So there's two items there. So we just have to make sure we're clear on which one we're talking about. But Yes, there definitely is, as we heard earlier from our engineer, that there is capacity in our system. Now, what we've also heard from our other engineer is that the capacity is not in the system to get water and sewer from the development to the treatment plant. And that was discussed as part of the Welton subdivision. It has been discussed as part of the Bruce subdivision. Now, the engineering and everything for the upgrade for the Welton subdivision had already been in place when the Bruce subdivision application was reviewed. So I can't speak for the engineer at the time, but because the engineering and the plan was to do the work, they probably reviewed and determined that their subdivision doesn't necessarily meet the requirements that are what's in the ground today, but because the infrastructure was already planned to be upgraded for the Welton subdivision, that they didn't need any further upgrades based on their subdivision. So it's just a matter of timing and how that worked. And I can't speak to exactly the financing portion of that, what Bruce is required to pay. That we haven't met that milestone as part of the negotiation with the Bruce subdivision at this point. That will be coming to council at a later date.
Okay, I'll leave this subject for now. I think we need to have further discussions about developments going forward, but thank you for that information.
Thank you, Councillor Shea, Councillor Hutchinson, and then Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, it's my understanding that there was money set aside, or there was an agreement that with the Welton subdivision that they were going to help with the restoration of the section, at least from Garifrax east to is it Eccles, the first street there, anyways, Eccles Drive or something. And then with the Bruce, I think there was also discussion. My understanding that there was supposed to be money set aside for improvements on Durham Road East, but we'd have to check the contract. And as Mr. Shipwreck said, maybe that's something that has to be negotiated. But that's my understanding, that was a part of the agreement, that they were willing to help bring that infrastructure up to speed. But the other thing that goes along with that is what I suggested when we were talking about development charges, that we really should be looking at a development charge of water and sewers added to our housing. So we have a development charge, but we don't have a development charge that's specific for water and sewers. Some places do, and going forward, we need to do that. We can't go retroactive, but going forward, we need to look at something along that line to help with all the costs that are coming forward. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Pardon me, thank you. Before I go to Councillor Hamilton as a second-time speaker, I want to ask, are there any first-time speakers that wish to come in? Oh, first, Director Mighton. Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. I just want to provide a clarification. We don't have development charges, but we do have capital connection charges. So those are what we need to revisit in light of our presentation from the engineers earlier today. Currently, they just changed January 1st. The amount escapes me. I've got too many numbers. It probably needs to be quite a bit higher, probably in the 3,000 range. That would give at least a little bit more, but we have that on the capital connections, but we don't have development charges, but there is still a buy-in, if you will, to the system using those capital connection fees. If we could certainly, the next study we do, add development charges for water and sewer, we will have to take into account or eliminate those capital connection charges because otherwise it's double dipping for the same reason. So just to provide clarification on that.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton now.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. And thanks for that clarification, Director. When we talked about those connection charges last June, this council voted, didn't take the staff recommendation of $2,000 per house. This council did $1,000 per house. So I'm glad that staff with the new information will be bringing that back to us. Those are our opportunities to raise funds. Those are really important decisions. I just wanted to note that the functional servicing report for BROS did acknowledge that there's a bottleneck in their report. And I did raise that as a question in the public meeting. And the response I got at the public meeting about the bottleneck in the sanitary sewer at Durham Roadies and Garifraxa, I'm just looking at the minutes, it quote, Mr. Burnside noted that the concern is being addressed by municipal staff in consultation with Cobide Engineering. And that was a year ago. And we just, as council, haven't, we talked about it a year ago. We just haven't had the update. And so here we are. I guess, so we have the draft plan subdivision has been approved for Bros, but we don't have a Bros subdivision agreement in place yet with West Grey. That hasn't come to the table. Is there still time, and is it appropriate is there still negotiation available to help fund these changes that are due to the growth that's coming from these subdivisions? So that'd be a question for a staff member of some kind. Thank you.
Certainly. Thank you. Madam CAO, or I'll start with you and then perhaps CBO Shiprick.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and I would defer to the CBO.
Okay, thank you. Over to you, CBO Shiprick. Thank you.
Thank you, through your Mayor. Your Honor, that's it's a good question. There's always time for negotiation. We haven't even met with Brews at this point to start that process. I'm sure our planner, Ms. Spencer, has had some preliminary consultation with the Brews planner, and to start that process, and it will be coming. I've been told that will be coming this spring, as they are interested in starting construction this summer. So that would have to definitely be in place prior to that. So look forward to those negotiations, because they will be coming here soon in early 2022.
Thank you. Back to you, Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. I think those are really important conversations, because I know people who are currently on the water system, we're hearing, am I having to pay for that new development? Like, they don't want to incur that cost of pressures from new development. And I'm not confident that we've used all available options to help fund it, so it doesn't hit just the everyday water user or sewer user. So I wonder if there's going to be opportunities to change some of the allocation of the funding that's laid out here. And if Grey County doesn't get it on the budget, like, are they even going to get on the budget? Is this even an item for this year? I guess we just don't know yet, do we? Is this something that, okay, so one more question, sorry, I'm thinking out loud here. Do we have another budget meeting coming? Is this something that we could gather a bit more information around and revisit it on the next meeting? And the information would be, where's Grey County with the budget? Will this even hit their budget this year? And is there room to negotiate with the subdivision that's coming on? Those kinds of details that we just don't have today. Thank you. That's my question.
Either Madam Clerk, CAO, in terms of and Director Might, the prospects of an additional meeting. I'll ask you in one moment, because I do see CBO Shiprick's hand up first. Please go ahead, CBO Shiprick.
Thank you. I did have a conversation with the Public Works Manager at the county. This project was not included in their 2022 budget. He indicated that he believed most of their contribution would come through their development charges, and he believed that he would be in favor of putting a report forward to council to ask them to add it to this, because it really wouldn't increase their tax levy by very much, if anything. And he believed that the council would be in favor of that. Again, it's all up to council, and they get to make the ultimate decision at the county. But it was his interpretation that he believed it would be favorable, but we would need to have the money in place as well, before he would take that report to council.
Anything further, Councillor Hamilton? And then I'll go. Go ahead.
Thank you. I think I'm having trouble seeing this in the context of the other water capital plan that we spoke of earlier today, and just trying to, I'm not sure what pressures we're putting on our water users and how it plays out over time. And so I suppose, like, if council were to approve this today, that's an upcoming report then that would outline how this hits the water users. Or I'm just trying to see the big picture here for the water users. So is this a decision that I think I would rather make once I have the big picture and all the information for the year for the water users? But perhaps I'll just go back to staff one more time if they could just outline the process for this decision making. Thank you.
Certainly. Over to you, Director Mighton.
Yes, so in the report for this specific project, we'd be looking at bank loans for the water sewer portions, which we currently had estimated 311 for the water side and about 160 for the sewer side, but that would be through bank borrowing. There's about $1 million estimated of the county portion, and then some general capital development reserves in the for our share of the sidewalks, storm sewers that would be upsized, and curb and gutter type things. So there's a portion that the tax levy would cover, but it's related to that road and sidewalk area. As far as the other pieces that Mr. Sharma referred to, all those sort of pre-engineering work. Most of it is a lot of pre-engineering work in this first year to figure out the eventual path that we will have to take to make sure we're development ready. But so a lot of those preliminary engineering, when we bring back the water sewer rate bylaw, we will have a small increase for the actual capital and finance charge that's on the quarterly, or I will be presenting a proposal to increase a portion of that. And then also the capital connection charges, increasing those. So between the quarterly portion of the quarterly bills for capital financing and our estimated new connections at a higher connection rate for 2022, we would fund a lot of that pre-engineering work from those revenues on the water sewer systems.
And Councillor Hamilton, I do note that CBO Shipwreck would also like to respond.
Okay.
So I'll come back to you, but CBO Shipwreck, please.
Sorry, Mayor, I just didn't have my hand out, so that's just from last time.
Councillor Hamilton, please go ahead.
Oh, no, thank you. And thanks for answering all my questions. I'll sit tight for now. Thank you.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Hutchinson and then Councillor Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mayor Robinson. And just for everybody's information, Great County's budget is January the 28th. So that is our first time that we'll be sitting talking about the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hutchinson. Sorry.
Yeah.
Please go ahead, Councillor Hutchinson. I knocked on my mute button. Apologies.
No problem. So my thoughts are, I'd like to see us go ahead with this project because this is one more piece of the puzzle when it comes to getting enough capacity and upgrading our system. This section will be used quite a bit by the new developments on Durham Road East. So I think here we have county involvement, which is money that we don't have to put out, and then we have to do the water part of it, obviously. But I'd like to see us go ahead with this because then it gets this part of it out of the way. As you know, we did a section on Lambton Street to the Legion, but there's a section from the Legion, I believe, up to Durham Road West that looks like would have to be replaced or done some work on. But it adds another piece that we can get going on and get done. So I'd say if we can get talking to the county and push it through, I would like to see us do it because there is going to have to be some major work done on Durham Road East from Garifrax Street, Garifrax Road East in that first section there. So I'd like to see us get it going and move forward with that. Thanks.
Is there any other member of council that wishes to speak? Clerk Sharbuck, could you please read the motion at hand and then I'll call the vote? Thank you.
Through Mayor, moved by Councillor Hergart and seconded by Councillor Hutchinson. Capital budget request IPW-06-22 for $1,549,221 For Durham Road urbanization, Highway 6 to Bruce Street, Phase 1 be approved.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 7 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. We are now moving on to the next budget request. Councillor Hutchinson, you just have your electronic hand up. I suppose you want to put that down. Thank you. And over to you, Director Mighton.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. So this project deals with the Garifraxis Street Bridge, the hanging water main that is on that bridge. Because we are doing the bridge decking, there's an opportunity while the teams are mobilized. Do we want to add replacement or updating of this hanging water line as well? So we've shown it here. We have received additional funding from the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund formula-based component. How that is calculated for each municipality currently, it's based on your reported value of your assets in the financial information returns that we submit to the ministry every year. So, and that is for core assets, which is roads, bridges, water, and sewer. So the reason we get some of this money is because of the value of our water and sewer assets, even though we've never used it towards our water and sewer. So because we now have this additional top up that we're getting, we're showing that a portion of it, the $431,000 be allocated towards this hanging water main replacement, which leaves $268,000 for the water system to pay. And again, that would be part of a loan for that balance of the project, but that would get the hanging water main completed. So that's how we're a proposal that we're putting before council for consideration.
Thank you. And how does council wish to deal with this? Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor Robinson, and I would make a motion that we proceed. Where is that? WSD-01-22 Capital Durham Water Main Replacement, Garifraxis Street. And we, I don't see the amount actually on the levy, but we proceed with this for 2022.
Over to you, Clerk Sharbuck. If you could please read back the motion. Thank you.
There it is.
Mayor Robinson,
Deputy Mayor, could you please turn your mic off?
The capital budget request, WSD-01-22 for $700,000 to replace the hanging water main on Garifraxis Street Bridge be approved.
Deputy Mayor, are you fine with the language? Thank you. And I'm looking for a seconder then with a raised hand, Councillor Townsend. Now, over to questions of clarity, beginning with Councillor Hutchinson, then Councillor Townsend. Thank you.
Yes, so I'm curious with this replace of this water main. Is that something that can be done at the same time as the bridge that needs to be repaired? Like last year we put out for tender to get this bridge, the railing replaced and the sidewalk, but we didn't get any bids. So I'm wondering, is this something that could possibly all be done at the same time? Maybe it's sweeten the pot now that we're adding water main to it. Also, I'm not sure. And it's something we probably should be posting very soon if we want to get someone for this job. Maybe Director Shipwreck, maybe want to comment on that? I don't know.
Certainly. But I do see Director Mighton has her hand up. So let's go there first, if you don't mind. Please go ahead, Director Mighton.
Yes, that's the idea. The engineer that was working on this project, he has brought this forward as they're developing or redeveloping the tender. Do we want to add this as a provisional item so that when we go to tender for this, which that we're hoping to do sooner, a big part of our problem last year was the timing. Contractors were already committed by the time we got our proposals or RFPs out there. So we're looking at doing this hopefully sooner. And combining it so that it can all be done as one project.
Thank you. CBO Shipwreck, was there anything you wanted to add to that?
No, I don't have anything to add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Over to you, Councillor Hutchinson again.
That's good. Thank you.
Oh, all right. Councillor Townsend then.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. This is the second request we've had that involves bank loans and financing, and I know we have a few others that are coming at us. I wonder if we can have a summary of what that all looks like for the next budget meeting, because one of the concerns I have, particularly when the 5-year capital plan for all the waterworks, is that that's a pretty steep, 18.279, I think, million in total. And so we need to make sure that if things are rolling off, that's fine. If things are coming in, so kind of getting a projection of what that looks like. We're also working, you particularly, on the asset management plan, and that also could have some impact on those numbers. So for things that have to be done rather than we choose to do them at this particular time. So I'm hoping we would have that coming forward for the next one. Is that a possibility for the next budget meeting?
Director Martin.
Yes, depending on when the next budget meeting is scheduled, we'll try every effort to have that available.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hergert. Oh, thank you very much, Councillor. Over to you, Councillor Hergert, then Councillor Shea.
Yes, thank you. I have a question about water paying for water improvements. And it appears to me as though the OCIF funding is really for all of West Grey and not typically just for a water. Okay, Carrie, I see you shaking your head. Please correct my thought here.
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. So how the basis of how it's currently funded is based on your core assets, which is roads, bridges, water, and sewer. So the value, the historical value of those assets on our FIR that we report is the basis of the calculation of how we get that money. So, there's a good chunk of it because, as you can see, water and sewer assets are expensive. That if we didn't have those water and sewer assets, you would not get as much OCIF funding as you do today. So it is entirely reasonable and an expectation of the province that you use part of it for all of the core assets, roads, bridges, water, sewer. Historically, we've used it for bridges, but this is an opportunity because of the additional announcement of the level that our funding is at. Perhaps you want to consider using it for the water and sewer system, because that is part of the basis of why you get what you get.
Thank you very much for that clarification.
Councillor Shea.
Thank you. So I thought we got funding for this bridge project last year, and I think that was a federal provincial split fund. So I'm concerned that if this OCIF funding is not grant stacking, and I also recall that we approved this project last year to put it out for tender. And when we did, I thought that we approved the project that we approved included cantilevered sidewalks and the necessary, infrastructure, scaffolding, et cetera, necessary to install the cantilevered sidewalk. So I'm just curious why these things seem to be coming to us again, if we've already approved them.
Director Meighton.
Sidewalks, yes. The water main line, I don't believe that was part of the RFP or tender last year. I think but the sidewalk and the railing, yes, but replacing the water main that's hanging. And we have confirmed with the province, it's a connecting link grant for the deck of the bridge, sidewalks, railing, that's on us as the tax levy. But we've confirmed that the water can be treated as a separate project aside from even though they're being done at the same time, they would be treated as a separate project because all they're concerned with is the deck of the bridge. So whatever we're slapping on the other side can be treated as a separate project and not be considered grant stacking. And we have been able to confirm that with the province.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions. Clerk Sharp, back to the recommendation, then I'll call the vote, or to the motion rather.
you, Mayor Robinson, moved by Deputy Mayor Hutchinson, seconded by Councillor Townsend, that capital budget request WSD-01-22 for $700,000 to replace the hanging water main on Garafraxa Street Bridge be approved.
All those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 7 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. Okay, so we just got a couple more things. I just alert you to the time of 1:20. Our meeting will conclude at 1:30. Director Mighton, we're on to the next budget request, please.
And I just want to also clarify, this is just the one we just voted on was just the water side. This other, there is still $1 million or $1.1 million on the public works side of the budget for that sidewalk and bridge deck and all of that. So this 700,000 was just for the dealing with the water, just to make sure that that didn't include that in there.
Oh, thank you, Director Mighton, for that clarification. And I hope there's room that we can address the need in our next steps for another meeting, but we'll save that towards the end. Please continue on.
So the next one is the recreation, the Durham Arena LED lights over the arena surface, excuse me. So that is one of the capital projects that the arena was looking at doing for energy efficiency on the ice surface lighting.
Thank you. How does council wish to address this? Councillor Hutchinson.
Well, I'm curious of whether this wouldn't be one that we could apply for a grant, maybe FCM or someone, because we have received grant money before when we updated our streetlights. To me, this is like for energy efficiency that maybe instead of putting it on the levy, that maybe we look to go for a grant for this year. So I'm not sure. Maybe Director Mighton might have something to say on that.
Sure. Over to you, Director Mighton.
Yeah, with the project, depending on the timing of what grants may be available, if there's anything, or if there's a sharing component, but it just may mean the project doesn't move forward for this budget year. Again, we were trying to also keep the levy at a level. The same story at the tax level. So if you don't want to put this in, do you want to put some into reserve? But if not, we just have to wait to see if we can find, if there's any grants and the timing and what, because nothing can start on a project if you're applying for a grant. So we just have to see if in fact there's anything out there and what level it would be at, but it may require some matching dollars. Previous Hydro One funding that we had under the power, it used to be a Power Save or something like that. If that program's continuing, I thought it had wrapped up, but it might still be there. It was not 100% funding, so we would need some tax dollars to fund the project to move forward, or again, it doesn't happen.
Councillor Hutchinson, continue.
Yeah, and what was how did we do the streetlights? That was a loan, wasn't it? Partial loan, partial grant through, what was the company we used there? Can't remember. What was that through?
Perhaps we could get a follow-up to that
Yeah.
in terms of the company. Is there anything further, Councillor Hutchinson? I'm just cognizant of the time for all of you. Okay, thank you. Over to you, Councillor Shea, and then Councillor Hamilton.
Thank you. This would reduce the electrical costs of the lighting, I presume, in the arena, which is quite substantial. Like I think I heard somewhere like $50 an hour. But shouldn't that cost saving be reflected in this budget expenditure? Wouldn't that wouldn't these lights pay for themselves in 5 years? Should that be reflected?
Director Mighton?
Yes, depending on when they get installed, there may be cost savings, but I typically consider hydro savings as future cost avoidance as opposed to a cost reduction. The cost of hydro has continued to go up. So even though our volume might go down, but we can certainly, for this year, depending on when we move it forward and what the savings amount might be, I'm not sure at this point till we get those statistics, but there may be some savings, but it also is, the cost of hydro hasn't gone down over the years. So it has been difficult to recognize full savings to just offset the cost of it.
Councillor Shay.
I like the idea of trying to apply for a grant for this. I think you indicated that we are not putting enough money into reserves. So I don't think there's a motion on the floor. So I would move that we put the $25,000 into a reserve for this project, and that reserve be used when and if a grant with matching funding becomes available. And if a grant isn't available, then we could just take it out of reserves and use it, this year or next year.
Clerk Charbet, could you please address the wording for the motion and then read it? And then I'll look for a seconder to Councillor Shay's motion.
Thank you, through Mayor Robinson. I'm just wondering, Councillor Shay, if this is your intention that $25,000 be put into reserves for the Durham Arena LED lights project over the ice surface project, in order to investigate grant options for this project?
That sounds fine. Thank you.
Okay.
We'll just have that read back for clarity, and I'll look for that seconder.
Moved by Councillor Shay that $25,000 be put into reserves for the Durham Arena LED lights over the ice surface project in order to investigate grant options for this project.
Is there a seconder for this motion? I'm looking for a raised hand. Councillor Townsend, any questions on the motion? Members of council, Councillor Hamilton.
Oh, thanks, Mayor Robinson. I can support this, and just to share for information, and I can flip it over to staff. Through my work on the Elmwood Community Center board, I'm aware that Brockton staff applied for an LED grant that, if they are successful, will help Elmwood Community Center. And that grant's called Save on Energy, and it's for retrofits like LEDs. But certainly I can send that on to staff as they investigate options. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Hergert.
Yes, thank you. I was curious if we've done energy audits for every single building that we have. Is that something even in the thought process of as we move forward?
Okay, so we can have that answered after because we're dealing with the motion at hand for this. Any other questions? Seeing none, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 7 members of council have voted in favor of this motion. The motion is carried. We're at 128. I'm looking to staff now. There's one other item, and it appears that we'll need one more budget meeting. I'm just looking to staff in terms of how that can be addressed before and rather quickly because we're at 128. Clerk Scharbeck and Director Mighton first, then Clerk Scharbeck.
Yes, the final one is an information report back. It can be dealt with when the budget bylaw is passed. Where we're at right now, we added 60,000 for the deputy fire chief position. The police costing consultant, we added in 80, but funded it through general levy surplus from 2021, if any. And we removed the 1-ton dump truck, which had a 24,750. So we're at a levy increase of 870,886 or 8.1%. That's where we're at after today.
Okay, members of council. So our Director of Finance is suggesting, or we could go right to the budget bylaw. Does anybody want to have another meeting, or are we fine to do that? We've got 1 minute before I need to adjourn the meeting with council. Councillor Hamilton.
I think another meeting would be called for. Okay. We're still waiting for information from the police board. The library board's also reporting back. I'm aware of that. And just to tie up some loose ends. Yeah.
So members of council, I concur. I think there's more information we need. Thank you very much, Councillor Hamilton, for that. So what I'm going to suggest is we'll have a doodle poll for that next meeting. And I'm not seeing from the clerk that we need to have a motion on that. Would that be correct, Clerk Scharbeck?
That's correct, if there's no
Okay.
date to set.
Thanks. We'll do a doodle poll. So at this point, members of council, a motion to adjourn. Clerk Scharbeck, could you read the motion?
Through Mayor, the recommendation is that we now adjourn at 1:30 p.m. to meet again on January 4th at 3:30 p.m. at the call of the chair.
Is there a mover for this motion? Deputy Mayor, is there a seconder for this motion? Councillor Hutchinson, all those in favor indicate with a raised hand. 7 members of council have voted in favor. The motion is carried. Thank you very much, and we'll see you at 3:30.